you please start our live broadcast stream? I apologize. I need to write that down on a Post-it note. It's something I don't remember very often. So welcome everyone. We're here at the AFA committee meeting to do work sessions on LD 1506 and 1507. And we have started introductions and we're with Representative Arata.
Thank you. My name is Amy Arata and I represent District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
And Representative Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Patrick Coy. I represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham.
And Representative Millett.
Good morning. I'm Sowen Millett. I represent House District 71, which includes the citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
And Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
And Representative Martin, good to see you.
Good seeing you, and thank you for all your support to all of you. I'm John Martin, House District 151, northwestern Aroostook County, and I can't figure out why my picture is sideways, but so be it.
It'll keep us all honest, right? We have to look at
it's not sideways, John. It's perfectly normal.
Maybe you're right.
Senator Davis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot. Thank you.
And Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, on this beautiful spring day in sunny Saco, Maine. My name is Donna Bailey, proudly serving the residents of Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton in the Senate.
And my good co-chair, Senator Breen.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County in the Maine Senate, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations.
And once again, I'm Teresa Peirce. I serve as the House Chair of Appropriations. I represent District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth. So yesterday we held a public hearing on LD 1507, and I'd like to open up that work session right now, and I'll turn it over to Maureen Dawson, our analyst, to walk us through what we're going to be working on today and voting out.
Madam Chair, did you say you wanted to start with 1507?
Thought we might do that one, but I'm happy to start with 1506 if that. I just don't see the commissioner here yet, and I'm wondering if she.
I don't either, and I was about to, and maybe Marianne can email her and make sure she got the link. So.
I just sent them a new link.
Oh, okay. So should be any time now. But in any event, we can start with 1507, an act to establish a local recovery funds program and allocation. And I believe this was the commissioner had done an extensive presentation at the public hearing on this one, and gave a couple of areas of potential amendment that for you to consider. One was to specify the allocations to be in the first 2 years to be half of the total amount that the maximum that the federal government has said Maine would get for the local funds, local fiscal recovery funds. The other suggested amendment was just a housekeeping one to change federal expenditure funds to add federal expenditure funds -ARP. They're going to track the ARP funds separately from other federal funds so that they want to make sure this allocation goes into the specific fund that they will be wanting to track with. And those are the two main ones that the commissioner put forth. And I believe there was some discussion of a potential adding a legislative intent section just to flesh out what you believe to be the purpose of the allocations, that it's the maximum amount that the federal government could be giving, and that it would potentially be adjusted to account for any additional guidance that the federal government would be made. So it's just telling telling the world that your intent is that you're allocating the maximum amount, not knowing for sure how much. As the commissioner said, it's likely that some will go directly to the local entities, but it's also possible that all of it may pass through the state, and they want to be prepared to be able to distribute the full amount. So that's why the allocations are higher than maybe needed. So that's it in a nutshell. And I suspect that the commissioner might have some, either repeat what I said or have something else, or however you want to work that. But those were the main areas of potential amendment to the original bill.
Thank you, Maureen. Just as a reminder to the people watching at home that maybe didn't participate yesterday in our public hearing, this has to do with the American Rescue Plan, and it is about the local funds that are going to be coming through the state and put back out to local communities. We need to have a mechanism within the state government in order to make that happen and track the way that money is spent and make sure that we're following the guidelines of the federal government. So this is emergency legislation that we would like to work through the committee today in order to put it in front of both houses sooner rather than later, so that when that money does land with us, we're able to handle it and deal with it deftly, as I know the DAF's commissioner will be in her department. So I open it up for just discussion of a work session. We had the public hearing yesterday. I don't know if there's anyone who had questions. Commissioner Figueroa is with us, or thoughts about this legislation. Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were some pieces of information that we requested yesterday of the commissioner, and I think since she's here, I would request maybe that she be able to fill us in.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. I am Kirsten Figueroa, Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. It's nice to see you this morning. I do appreciate that there were some questions. I don't really have a lot more information. I mean, I don't mean to be repetitive, but the U.S. Treasury really hasn't offered us a lot of guidance on this yet. We did find that, you know, the language in the text of the bill to the question about the actual budget date of the local government, I mean, it says pretty clearly it's the most recent budget for the non-entitlement unit of local government as of January 27th, 2020. So I think it would be whatever budget was in place on that day would be the budget that they would be submitting to us. I did send more comprehensive document just after we finished the session that I hope has been distributed to all of you. Yes, Maureen is nodding her head that did happen. And then, yes, thank you very much. We really haven't been able to track down the reasoning for the 50-50, but we all are curious, so we're going to continue to see if we can't find an answer to that. Some of the other questions that came up about whether the education part of a municipality's bill would be included as part of the municipality's budget would be included. You know, our thought is that yes, that's how municipalities in Maine kind of have that. They have those two pieces. Our assumption is that we would add them together. We have asked if there's a portal where we could just submit some questions. We can make sure that those become part of the guidance, and our staff is working on that. They had a couple of other questions that they've tried to ask through that portal as well. And then there doesn't appear to be any separate guidance on the unorganized territories question, although there are, I could read these words. There are words that maybe talk to an unorganized territory kind of thing, but the words as you read them feel still very vague. And so it feels like there would be additional guidance coming on this section. There's a section called Consolidated Governments, geographically contained within the boundaries of another general local government, and then talks about the fact that there could be some provision, but it's very, very vague. So we've asked for some additional, we put that on our list of questions to ask if the guidance doesn't come out. As far, I feel like, unfortunately, that my answer is very similar for the Capital Projects Fund. It still feels a little bit undefined. So well, not that this has anything to do with that local aspect. It doesn't have anything to do with 1507 anyway, so I can continue to research that one. Sorry. I mean, that is where we're going to be, I think, for a little while. The US Treasury thought maybe there would be some guidance last week. It became pretty obvious, I think, as they created this new group that's working specifically on these funds, that they needed a little bit more time. And I basically feel like our guidance is going to come as they piecemeal out the various sections of the law.
Thank you. Any questions about that others might have? Senator Bailey. Oh, you're on mute, Senator Bailey.
Yeah, I pressed lower my hand, but not unmute. So I just have a question for the commissioner and for the committee in general to perhaps discuss. And I don't know if this needs to be formally in the bill, and I apologize, my phone's ringing in the background. But I'm just wondering if we can be assured that we as a committee get periodic updates on the status of these funds, on the regulations, you know, just knowing that, yes, these funds have hit the state account, they anticipate to be out by such and such a time, whatever. So just want to know first the commissioner's thought on that, and then just throw it out to the committee for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So we would be happy to do that. I mean, you know, as we talked about yesterday, we're looking to figure out how we can add some staff that will be tracking just this, and we'd be happy to report back in whatever format works. And you know, our intention is to do a similar thing on the budget's website where we keep track of the funds that are coming in, update that FFIS sheet. But we're, you know, whatever feels like feels relevant, we're happy to come to the committee and do that.
Thank you. Do you think, Senator Bailey, are you looking for a date specific that we might get a report back, or are you just wanting it to be known that we would like that?
I don't know that I want a date specific, only because so much is in flux. Mm-hmm. But I would just like to have a commitment that we would have periodic updates so that we are just kept aware of what is happening with these funds. So that's all I'm looking for. And again, I don't know that it even needs to be formally in the bill as much as I just want a commitment of periodic updates so that we can easily track what's happening with these money as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're talking, so maybe like when we get the money, I could send an update that the money has been received by the state and how, like on a certain, well, like we said, if everything goes as planned and all the paperwork and all the DUNS numbers and all the setup has happened, if the money's received by mid-May, the first payment should be out by mid-June. So we would be happy to update you on whether, you know, around that mid-May zone, if we've received the funds and how our communication plan is going so that we can make sure, right? We're not going to wait until then to get the towns ready. So in mid-May-ish, I could give you an update on how our communications are going with the towns, our process that feels ready. And then hopefully we'll be telling you the monies are here, and then happy again to come back in the middle of June and let you know how payments have gone up until then.
So Commissioner and the rest of the committee, typically in years past, the AFA committee has met periodically over the summer months or in the fall to get updates around various topics and to discuss revenue reports and other things. I see the senator has her good hand up, my co-chair. Maybe she was thinking the same thing that I am, that it might just be part of our business as usual, even after we're no longer in session, that we might have a few meetings where you could come with this information around not only these funds of the local, but all of the other funds that we'll be handling and dealing with. Is that, unless there's objection, I would think we'd move forward kind of with that flow to this, as opposed to putting something into this bill, unless I see other conversation we might want to have around this with the committee. No. Oh, Representative Millet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with you. I don't think the updates from DAFs to the committee in terms of timing and what's been accomplished and so on belong in the bill. But I think if we could have just a general understanding with the department that those kinds of updates would occur monthly, if not, as an event happens and new guidance is available.
I think we can definitely have that commitment from the good commissioner and her department.
I have some comments, Madam Chair, relative to where we were yesterday and the material that both Maureen and Kirsten gave us soon thereafter. Is it timely for them?
Please.
First of all, I thank Kirsten for her redraft of the 3-pager, and I like the new Blippy, federal funds, federal expenditure funds -ARP. I like the clarity of the legislative intent paragraph from Maureen, which was in her email to us as of 6:53 last night. I'm wondering if that paragraph, Maureen and Kirsten, or the summary ought to be amended to reflect that the allocations are for all 3 programs, not just the local recovery money as unique from the county and the metropolitan, and that it's in there just in case that the federal government changes its mind and makes the distribution go through DAFs and the state. But I do like the legislative intent section 2, and the summary I think would need to be modified a little bit to acknowledge that the allocations now are for all 3 types of distributions. My basic questions, and furthermore, to your amendments in the 3-pager, Commissioner, I like the insertion of the within 30 days. I like the example B. I like the other pieces that you put in there. And my question, I've run it by Maureen, and I would pose it to you and all members of the committee. I'm fast forwarding to next Wednesday, the 28th, and wondering for my chamber, the House, if all we do is amend LD 1507 to modify section 1 and the allocations and add section 2 and modify the summary without anything else in front of those 151 members, there will be, in my view, potential for a lot of confusion and questions that we might ask or answer in advance if we did a uniform handout. And I was wondering aloud to myself and to all of you that might feel the same way, could we take Kirsten's 3-page update and put it out as a information guidance to LD 1507 and distribute it to the entire membership at the sessions, both House and Senate? So a lot of those questions would be answerable, and any of us who had a question that we wanted to emphasize could reference that handout in live time. What's your reaction to that? I know I'm a bit anal in this regard, but I just feel the importance of our members who are not as close to this as we are, not having to ask very basic questions because they aren't familiar with it.
I see Maureen has put her hand up, so we'll.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do want to address that. I think the public would want to know too. Commissioner Figueroa's handout that I sent to you yesterday will be posted on the AFA materials page. And once, obviously, then it becomes public document, and the commissioner does know that that's going to happen. So then what is done with a public document, of course, is up to anybody. So I would definitely encourage sharing of that with the individual caucuses, or forwarding it to the legislature as a whole, however you want to work it. And I don't know how the rules are about distributing on the floor, but there probably is ways through your various means of communication to widely disseminate that among the legislators.
Commissioner, I see that you raised your hand as well.
Thank you. I don't know how the section about of this, we have a paragraph that talks about the fact that you know, that we, in my testimony about the fact that we only were adding the extra money just in case. So I would like to update, and I don't know where it went. It's not in my 3-pager. So if I could, I know Maureen, it becomes.
Yeah, if you want to add a legislative intent section, we could do that. And what we've got in there in the draft now.
Yeah, I think it's 2 parts. It's one it's the legislative intent. I could make sure that the language matches yours exactly. And then I would just want to put in those couple of sentences that talk about the reasoning that we were gonna have.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's necessary to match it exactly, but I think it is important then for the legislative intent section of the bill to accurately describe, I believe, what Representative Millett was saying about the amount to be distributed. The draft, the rough draft now says that the amount represents the estimated maximum total amount to be distributed to the 3 categories of local governments covered by the local fiscal recovery fund in the American Rescue Plan of 2021.
Yeah.
So what it says is that is the maximum. And I think to address Representative Millett's issue, you may want to say, you may want to add something that this may not be fully distributed through the state, or something to that effect. Is that what you were trying to say, Representative Millett?
Exactly. And I think that's the place, Maureen, for maybe a sentence after that first full sentence in your legislative intent. Say current guidance is that payments to counties and metropolitan units is expected to be channeled directly from the federal government, but are included in the allocations in case guidance changes and requires it to go through the state. You know, shortening that kind of qualifier, I think would neatly fit right in after your first sentence.
Yeah, makes sense. We could certainly, and to address the commissioner's issue, obviously you can amend your 3-pager if you want to match it, but it's not necessarily has to be exact, but certainly the sentiment, I believe, is in your 3-pager, and it will be also in that. If you want to amend the bill to include legislative intent, we could certainly make sure it's in there as well.
Senator Breen, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I just wonder if writing something in about at the time of drafting this legislation, if that would be useful or if that's going to be a problem.
It may. I'd have to talk to the revisor's office about that. We could not say, maybe not say that, but just say, in the event that all of the local fiscal recovery funds are to be distributed to the state, or something to the effect of the full allocation, which is kind of implied in there. The full allocation is included in case all of the distributions are to be made through the state. I agree. I don't think we would necessarily say as of now, or to reference a timeline or a point in time of the understanding. I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to revisor's office about that, but it may be a way to to say that without having to say, you know, we know something at this date and time that may change tomorrow.
Comment on Chair Breen's question, and I find in the language that Commissioner Figueroa provided to us yesterday, second page, second full paragraph, a neat little sentence that might fit right into Maureen's summary. It starts with, as previously noted, but without referencing that, starting with, while it is expected that metropolitan and county funds will be provided directly to those entities by the federal government, it is possible these funds could be provided to the state for distribution. Those are the words that I was looking for, and I think they could be included within the legislative intent and cover that issue.
Yeah, I'd love to include them in my document too, because they make sense and I don't know why they did. I don't know where that sentence went. So Maureen, if you wouldn't mind just waiting to post until I can just update it, because it does make sense to have it in here.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And again, the section on legislative intent, I believe, will come before the allocation section. So I was remiss in referring to it as section 2, but that will be refined by the revisor's office. So as long as the two documents are in sync as far as sentiment goes, the actual wording may not exactly be that, but.
So it feels like we're all in agreement that we'd like to include some legislative intent in here. And we have a lot of different handouts that have been given out or emails. So I just want to make sure that the committee is able to understand what we're talking about right now around the legislative intent. And if there are any questions, number one, about doing that, and number two, want to be clear about what we just talked about adding into it, which I'm not finding in my attachment from the commissioner. So Representative Millett, I'm not sure, which document are you referring to on the second page in the full paragraph?
My testimony.
Your testimony.
Yes,
okay,
my testimony had
it's not the extra thing that got sent. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
But I would like to add it to the extra thing because I'm not sure why it got taken out, because it was important. We don't think we're going to pass through 493 million, but we are worried that something will change and that we might. And so we are asking for the allocation just in case. And that sentence should be in that extra, especially as it's going to get passed out, since it won't be with my testimony. So I'll add those little sections, and then Maureen will tweak her part for your actual legislative intent, but my document will match the intent of the intent.
Okay, and just for those trying to follow along at home, now I have your testimony. I'm on page 2 of your testimony. And can you just highlight again the sentences that Representative Millett suggested?
Yeah, in the second, well, if it's the same, the paragraph that begins with "given the information."
Given what we currently know? No.
Oh,
it's page 3 on mine.
Yeah, mine says page 3. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's in the paragraph that says "given the information and timing."
Mm-hmm.
And then later there's the sentence that starts with "as previously noted." We're going to take that out and then start with "while it is expected that metropolitan and county funds will be provided directly to those entities by the federal government, it is possible these funds could be provided to the state for distribution. In order to account for this, we request that the allocation amounts be," and I would say that lines up with, because Maureen's first sentence says that the total allocation will be $493 million.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, and that information will be added to a paragraph that says the total combination allocation in section 1 of 493,973,030 for fiscal year 2020 through 21 and fiscal year 21 through 22 represents the estimated maximum total amounts to be distributed to the 3 categories of local governments covered by the Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The allocation in fiscal year 2023 allows for the expenditure of any remaining funds that may be carried into the fiscal year. The Department of Administration and Financial Services may adjust allotments by financial order to conform to guidance put forth by the federal government regarding the local fiscal recovery funds. So I just wanted to read that aloud so that everyone was clear what we were referencing about legislative intent. Does everyone have that in front of them? Representative Hymanson. Oh, you're on mute.
Dang. I wanted to thank Representative Millett for bringing this up, because I've been thinking about this too. I represent 4 towns, and I've contacted all 4 of the town managers to talk about this as kind of advanced knowledge, and I sent them this testimony, and we've been talking about it. And I'm aware that what I'll be doing as an AFA member is checking in with them to see what their time schedule and what their understanding is. And I think we all represent a big part of Maine in our districts. So if we all bring that information to the committee, I think we'll be aware of what the holes are in communication, and we can bring that to Commissioner Figueroa. So having those regular updates would be really important for that back and forth. And I intend to bring that, as I hope everyone else will too. So thank you for doing this for the legislature. And I wanted to bring that to our communities.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also just responding to the suggestion by Representative Millett to perhaps do the handout to the whole legislature. I would also suggest that as part of that, the chart with the amounts that each town and city is expected to receive be attached to that, because I do find that a lot of our colleagues are not even aware. And so I think it would be important for them to have that information so they understand, again, what they're voting on. So that's just a suggestion I have if people are going to do a handout. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that comment. So let's go back to these amendments, and then we can talk about what we might or might not distribute to the entire legislature, just so we can finalize the bill language and then talk about how we might share that information with people. So it sounds like there's some agreement around the legislative intent and the language around that. I'm wanting to know specifically, either Maureen or Commissioner, you changed the title of something, and do we know what line in the bill that would really go into? I can't quite remember that, and I didn't have it written down in my notes.
Are you referring to just the federal expenditures fund?
Yes.
Yeah, that was in the bill. That's line 24, and all that we'll be doing was really adding -ARP to federal expenditure fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then
I'm sorry, and then line 25 will change because of the allocation changes.
And that allocation change will reflect the numbers 246, 986, 515 in 2021, and 246, 986, 515 in 21-22, and $500 will remain the same in 22-23 for those playing along at home. Great. So those were all of the things that we might have made adjustments to in this bill, correct? Or do other people have other thoughts or suggestions or comments? Don't see anybody waving at me. Great. So then, Representative Millett, you brought up an interesting point about possibly having the commissioner update her memo and then providing that out to the entire legislature. You know, my intent was to take all of that to my caucus individually. So that's typically how I have done it in the past, but maybe we want to think about something differently since this is our first foray into the ARPA funds. Senator Breen, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, process-wise, if we could dispense with the bill and take some votes, vote on the bill, and get that taken care of, and then move to the topic of what kind of information we would all like to share with our various caucuses. Would that be all right?
Absolutely. I had thought that too. I just went the other direction. So here we go.
Thank you.
So I think people are familiar with the 3 different amendments that we're going to be making into this bill. And do I have a motion? Anybody want to make that motion?
I
Senator
move on to
Bailey.
pass as amended.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Hymanson. I don't know who caught it first. Is there further discussion around 1507 and the amendments that we have suggested?
Would it be acceptable to the committee if chairs and leads had one final look at the language insertions and edits before it goes to print?
As
We could
opposed to,
share it.
Go ahead, Maureen.
I'm sorry, I would be happy to share that with the committee or the chairs and leads, however you want it, once it's been, one draft from the revisor's office, just so you can see what they may or may not have done in their edits.
So we would vote on it, you'd send it for the final language.
It would be a language review, but it would be a language review somewhat by just sending it out
to the committee, or
right.
My reason for asking that to the chairs is I know the summary would need to be expanded, and we haven't talked about the content or wording changes. I find a couple of typos and so on. I just want to make sure that if we vote this out, ought to pass as amended, that the version that goes to the revisor and ultimately will be on the calendar next Wednesday is finally vetted by at least some of us, if not all of us.
so you would like to have the chairs and leads review what Maureen will be sending to the revisors? Is that how I understand that?
That was a suggestion I was making, just to make everybody comfortable that we see it in final form before it goes to the revisor for final drafting.
Sure, I don't have any problem with that. I don't think my good co-chair would either, co-chair. She's got a thumbs up. Representative Corey has his hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I'd personally, prefer to review the language once it's been voted on by the entire committee in case there's something there. I just want to have a hand on what that language is, so I can better explain it to folks and everything, and to make sure what I voted on is what I voted on. Thanks.
Absolutely. So I think what we would do is take our vote, and then Maureen will clean up what we've talked about today. The chairs and leads will review that, and we can obviously share that with anyone who might be interested, and then anyone on the committee, and then it'll go to revisors, and then of course we always still have a language review at that juncture as well. So lots of opportunity. Senator Breen.
I think because we have so many public hearings and we're together so much over this week and early next week, we'll have ample opportunity to do a language review.
Absolutely. Great. Any more discussion on the motion in front of us? Ought to pass as amended. I don't see anyone else for discussion. Then I'll ask Mary Ann to come on and do the vote. And this will be a roll call vote.
All right, we're voting on LD 1507, ought to pass as amended. Senator Breen.
Yes.
Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Davis.
Yes.
Representative Peirce.
Yes.
Representative Fay.
Yes.
Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Hymanson.
Yes.
Representative Arata.
Yes.
Representative Martin.
Representative Martin, are you able
Representative
to unmute?
Martin.
He's still muted.
Let me unmute him.
Yeah. Representative Martin, you're muted. Maybe we'll come back to Representative Martin and we'll try to get him unmuted to vote.
All right. Representative Cloutier,
Yes.
Representative Millet,
Yes.
Representative Cardone absent, Representative Fecto.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Representative Martin.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. 12 members, yes. 1 member absent.
The motion passes unanimously of those present. Thank you all for the good work on this, and I'll close the work session on LD 1507. But stay tuned, we're still going to work. Representative Millet, did you?
Yeah, I just, before we close the session entirely, are we, I'll go back to Senator Bailey's comment, which was absolutely consistent with mine. And Maureen's earlier comment, once Maureen and the commissioner edit the so-called fact sheet or handout, and it gets posted on the OFPR website, I still believe that it ought to be in front of not just caucuses, but in the sessions. And frankly, Senator Bailey referred to it. I would want to use it with my own municipal officers. I was disappointed that Maine Municipal Association didn't bother to come to the hearing, and I still don't know what kind of information they put out. I intend to talk with them today, but boy, I think it's important that we all have in our hot little hands a summary that reflects what we're considering doing next Wednesday and be able to share it with our local people, and particularly the municipal officers.
I would agree. I think that there's clearly a lot of information to be shared. Want people to have the best information that we have at the time, and understanding that that information could change too, which is part of that memo. So why don't we ask, the commissioner has offered to clean up her memo, so to speak, with the information that she wants to have in it. Once it's posted, we could certainly, why don't we discuss in shares and leads what might be the best way to disseminate that from our committee to the wider audiences, if it's sharing the link on the website or directly giving it to the legislature. There may be a number of avenues that they want to take for different audiences, but unless I don't see any disagreement about wanting to do that as a committee, I think we can devise a plan. So why don't we get the memo cleaned up, and then we can have a discussion about how we might best disseminate that. Does that sound like an okay plan, Representative Millet?
I'm cool with it.
And it's been real, so good, thank you.
And I'll make sure that that happens right within the next hour. I'll get that updated memo over.
There we go. And since we are together quite a bit in the next few days, we'll definitely have an opportunity to share information about what we're going to do on that.
Madam Chair, could I just ask Commissioner Figueroa one last question?
Absolutely.
One issue that came up yesterday, Commissioner, about is the legislative body expected to vote on the allocations that they choose locally? Assuming we don't yet have an answer on that question, is there any way you can give us some preliminary guidance on that? Because I think that'll be a question that will come up. The cities have their own council approval process, but in local town meetings, between the middle of May and the middle of June, when all this has to get finalized and Kirsten has to be certifying that it's done appropriately, somewhere along the line, every town, every city, every plantation, every unorganized territory that's listed has got to know how they allocate and where the final approval rests, I think.
Commissioner?
There was no guidance from the federal government about how individual towns might decide to allocate and spend the funds. We had yesterday, when we had outlined our process, we had said, well, we'll add a comment, and one part of our process is that we need to work through some of this, and we'll reach out to MMA and have a conversation with them about how they think we could help with at least understanding what the federal intent was, but we looked through the guidance. There didn't appear that, although there's plenty of reach there, it did not look like the federal guidance was dictating how towns go about the process of spending the funds. But we thought those conversations could happen between, we thought we'd ask MMA, right, and representatives what they thought, and if we could ask additional questions of US Treasury if there was going to be guidance on that. But as far as we could see thus far, there's nothing in the law that says it.
Senator Bree?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Representative Millett's concerns, I have a lot of hesitation about the legislature or the governor's office trying to insert or assert some rules to the municipalities that don't exist at the federal level at this time. And I think our job is to get the federal money to the municipalities, and that's what the American Recovery Plan Act lays out at this point. And until the feds say anything about it, I think we are as silent as the federal government, and that it's not I don't think it's our place to say anything where the feds have not said anything.
I actually, I mean, I totally agree. So that there's not a but there or anything. I actually think the only reason that it might come up through the feds is not for direction as to what they should do, only in the spirit of being able to show how they got there if it's an audit trail. So it wouldn't be, it would just be, there could be some requirement from the federal government that says, show us how you got to the decision of spending the funds, and then show us how you spent the funds. That I believe would be the only reason that it would even come up. If you understand the distinction I'm making there, they're not really telling you what to do, but they might be asking, how did you get there?
Representative Millett?
My question was, or my intent was not to insert the Maine legislature into the federal government's authority to interpret, but I am aware of Title 30A general law applying to municipalities. The majority of those 487 have a town meeting format. And I'm pretty sure they have interpreted this law literally over the years to clearly indicate that municipalities are only authorized to spend money if authorized by a town meeting. And that's where I'm comfortable with the commissioner talking with Maine Municipal first, and maybe making one more inquiry of the Treasury. But I do think that somebody's going to answer the question, and I'd hate to see a lot of towns assume that selectmen can just wave a wand and put a couple $100,000 here and there, and nobody will ever question it.
Well, certainly, having been on a town council myself, I take your point, and I think that each individual community is going to have to grapple with how they communicate this, and what if all their charter says, or what if all other laws may apply to those individual communities. So, but I'm in agreement with Senator Breen and you, Representative Millett, and the commissioner, that I don't think we want to insert ourselves into that, only to have the conversation maybe with MMA around it, which I appreciate both you and the commissioner having today. So, is there any other thoughts or comments people would like to make on 1507?
Yeah, quick question, a quick comment. Just say I agree with Solomon, because the town meeting process is what authorizes the selectmen or persons to spend money. And for them to go outside of that, it decided they're going to pull the plug and just do it on their own, they're going to create a real problem for themselves. So that's something we've got to work out, make sure that Maine Municipal Association get the questions answered as they give advice to municipalities.
I would agree. Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else that would like to comment on LD 1507? Great. We'll stop the conversation about that and we'll move on to LD 1506. This is the, let me find it. This is the resolve to continue until June 1st, 2021, limited period positions that are expiring in June of 2021. This is a resolve that we do annually in the legislature. It tends to happen sort of at the very end while we're all together in June, finishing up work. But it came to our attention that might be something we want to get off the plate, so to speak, so that we don't have to worry about it late in the waning days. And the commissioner and the chairs and leads discussed it and have brought it to the full committee today. So I'll open up a work session on LD 1506. I'm glad the commissioner is here. I'm sure she's happy to dive a little deeper into what this does. But in a nutshell, from my perspective in layman's terms, we have people that have limited period positions. Those positions sometimes have dates in June that expire, but they're going to be re-upped on July 1st. And in order not to have to lay those people off and rehire them, we do this resolve that just kind of keeps things moving forward. Again, it's something that the legislature does on an annual basis. That was very rudimentary, and I'm happy if the commissioner would like to add anything to
that. No, I mean, rudimentary is good. Those are exactly the point. The positions end in the middle of June and are reestablished on July 1st through chapter 29. And this bridges the gap.
Thank you. Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So why do we have positions end in the middle of June when we know the fiscal year goes to the end of June? And then we have to do this. I don't remember doing this last session, but there was a lot coming at me. So what's the reasoning behind doing this every year?
The positions end in the middle of June so that the last pay will happen in the fiscal year of the position. And then the positions don't start until July 1st. Because if they went all the way through June 30th, then the last payment for that year would actually fall into the next fiscal year.
That surprisingly makes a ton of sense. See the light. Thank you.
That's a great question. I appreciate that. Typically, I think in the 129th, Representative Millett actually presented this on the floor. So and explained it to the full legislature at that time, if I remember correctly. But there's always a lot going on in the waning weeks trying to get this stuff done. So any other, you still have your hand up, Representative Arata. Do you have another question? No. Okay. I'm happy to entertain a motion and we can have further discussion. Is there anyone who'd like to? Maureen, yes, thank you.
So there was no fiscal note done on the original bills, so there will have to be a fiscal note done for whatever you vote on. So you will be at the minimum voting to amend to add a fiscal note. If nothing else, it's up to you, whatever motion you make, but I just wanted to point out that it would need to be amended just for a fiscal note, unless you want to do a further amendment to the bill itself.
Great. I see Representative Hymanson has a hand up, and then Representative Fecto.
I'll make a motion. I'll move LD 1506 as amended, ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Fecto, is that why you raised your hand? Okay. Is there a second? And then we'll have discussion.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. Representative Fecto, and then Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse my computer's just beeping at me. What was the fiscal note for this similar bill in the 129th? Just, it's hard for me to vote on something without knowing how much it costs, at least generally.
Thank you for the question.
In the 129th, it actually extended the positions through August 3rd. So it was a longer extension. The fiscal note said it was current biennium cost increase, all funds. It said this resolve continues all limited period positions that are scheduled to expire during June of 2019 until August 3rd, 2019. State departments and agencies will incur increased costs to pay for these positions past their original dates of expiration. No funding is provided. But that may be a little bit modified in that these positions or these positions now will be extended through July 1st instead of August.
I don't think we need a fiscal note, Maureen. The money's in the bill.
I understand that, but we need a fiscal note because there is none on the items. So we will, it may be no impact. I don't want to anticipate the fiscal note, but neither do I want to anticipate it to the extent that I say there is none. So it doesn't mean there's an appropriation. It just means that there'll be a statement about the fiscal impact or lack thereof of this bill.
Oh, okay. Because I don't think there is one since the funding is in Chapter 29.
That was my next statement.
Oh,
it ends on July 1st. There is funding for, I do not know, I cannot say that every position that was in LD 715 was covered and that there is no other limited period positions that are being extended that weren't extended in LD 715. That's all part of the due diligence of a fiscal note. So it will likely be that all the funding that would be paid for these positions that will actually be paid in July is already funded through LD 715. And if it's not, it's also quite likely, although I tend not to anticipate fiscal notes, that it would be obviously absorbed. Anything would be absorbed by the various departments.
Thank you.
Senator Breen? Oh, you're on mute, Senator Breen.
Maureen, should we, just in case, exempt it from the table?
I would recommend that. If there is something that says it's potential or whatever, it wouldn't hurt to exempt it from the table. It's in the unlikely event there's some word in there about potential costs if there's positions being extended that were not funded in LD 715, something to that effect. Absolutely could not hurt to exempt it.
Representative Arata.
Thank you. I just want to be clear in my mind, is the funding for this already in the current fiscal year's budget and we're just kind of pushing it off?
I'll let Commissioner say it, but my understanding is the funding, the actual dollars that would be paid out of the payroll is in the next fiscal year. So that to the extent that these positions have already been extended in LD 715, the funding is there. Should there be any positions that were, for whatever reason, not extended in LD 715, I don't know the universe of limited period positions, that would likely just be absorbed, would probably be minimal. It would, this could be spread out. We don't know what departments, but likely it would just be absorbed through the normal attrition, et cetera. So there is no additional, unlikely to be significant additional costs. And I think the commissioner could speak to whether or not there's positions being extended that were not already extended in 750. And she's shaking her head no. So
right.
You're absolutely covered. Yes.
I would like to, it does feel like there's a little, like window of something here, but I would like to say that everything that was covered in 715 is what is covered by this resolve. And our intent was that the funding in Chapter 29 covers all of the limited period positions that we're talking about here. To the point we just said, that check from June 20th to July 1st falls into fiscal year 22. That's where the funding is. And we're just, this piece just allows those people to stay in those positions.
And a lot of those positions, if I remember correctly, are federal. Aren't they federal funded? Many of them.
Quite a few of them, yeah.
Right, because the general fund, we don't often create limited positions with general fund money. It's usually a federal grant, or am I correct in that?
I think Well, we can create limited period positions from any funds. To your point, it most often happens in federal funds because they are limited grant term, right? Limited grant terms, but we are able to do it on all funds.
Okay. So we're able to, but I don't recall seeing very many. I mean, the majority I see going through the budget are federal. It's federal grant money.
I would agree with that.
Trying to make myself comfortable voting for this. Right, thank you.
Feel comfortable, definitely. Any other questions during discussion? We have a motion on the floor in a second. Representative Hymanson.
I'd like to add to amend my motion to include exemption from the table.
That could be I would believe that's generally a separate motion after a bill is voted, so.
Once we pass the bill, then somebody makes a motion to exempt and we do it
okay
after that, but.
All right, I withdraw.
It's a good reminder that we're going to do it. All right, any other discussion? Thoughts? So, Marianne, I'll ask you to come on and do the roll call for the vote on LD 1506.
All right. Senator Breen.
Yes.
Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Davis.
Yes.
Representative Peirce.
Yes.
Representative Fay.
Yes.
Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Hymanson.
Yes.
Representative Arata.
Yes.
Representative Martin.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Fecto.
Yes.
The majority voting in favor of the motion, one member absent.
Thank you very much. It passes unanimously 12-0, 1506. Thank you everyone for the work on these two bills this morning. Really appreciate people digging in and asking the good questions. Certainly appreciate the commissioner being here to field that, and also, oh, you're right. Representative Cloutier has her hand up.
We need to exempt it from the table, correct?
Yes, you want to make that motion? How quickly I forget, right?
I move that we exempt LD 1506 from the table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is that Senator Bailey? Great. All those in, I guess we have to call roll on that as well. Marianne, would you please come back and call roll on our exemption from the table?
Sure. All right. Senator Breen.
Yes.
Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Davis.
Yes.
Representative Peirce.
Yes.
Representative Fay.
Yes.
Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Hymanson.
Yes.
Representative Arata.
Yes.
Representative Martin.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Fecto.
Yes.
All members present voted in favor of the motion.
Thank you so much. So thank you everyone for the work on LD 1506 and 1507 this morning. I appreciate all the questions and the time, and certainly again, the commissioner coming, and Maureen and Marianne for helping us through all of these different things. We are scheduled to be back on mic at 1 o'clock with our bond hearings for the afternoon. This has to do with housing. We have a little information on that. There's 6 of those. And until then, we're on the same Zoom this afternoon, correct, Marianne?
Whoops, yes.
She votes in the affirmative. Yes.
Yes.
So we'll look forward to seeing everybody this afternoon. We'll do the same formatting that we did yesterday where Representative Fecto, yes.
I just thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if they're in the same order as they're presented on the site.
So we've moved a couple of them based on some requests. So we'll be doing, hold on, LD 109 4 and first, and then LD 175 right after that. And then we'll do LD 50, 215, 218, 517, and 1084.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Any other questions about this afternoon? Don't forget to mute yourself and take yourself off mic. Look forward to seeing everybody at 1 o'clock. Thanks again. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock on Wednesday. We're going to begin our public hearings for our bonds that we're hearing today. Both Senator Breen and I are currently in work sessions with with each individual bills and other committees. So we're going to take a 15-minute delay on starting this meeting in the hope that one of us will be back by 1:15. Is everyone hearing that? Thank you. So I'll ask Maureen and/or Marianne to, I think you can put that in our AFA committee box that we're going to be starting at 1:15. So I apologize for the delay, and hopefully that's all it will be. Thanks so much. See you soon.
Representative Millet. They're going to go on at 1:15. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Representative Purse. I'm back from my work session. So give people time to log back on or turn on their screens so I know they're here, including the good people in the OPLA department. Thank you for your patience. And so just want to make sure that Maureen is back and Mary Ann they both are back. So, there's Maureen. Welcome. And just want to confirm that our clerk is with us as well.
Mary Ann stepped out, but I'm sitting in for her just for a minute if you want to start. It's Mandy.
Great. Thank you, Mandy. Maybe you could rename that square for us. It says
absolutely.
Back. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So let me see if our great. And then I think the only thing left is to make me a host of this meeting, so I can bring people over, in and over. Representative Corey, the VLA committee is very efficient. I appreciate that.
No problem. We got our work done. You got what, a unanimous report out of us, right?
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. So welcome everyone to the 1 o'clock block of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. We have public hearings this afternoon on 6 bond bills that will be having the sponsors come in and give us their testimony, and then also having anybody from the public who has signed up give testimony as well. The order we'll be going in this afternoon will be LD 1094, then LD 175, LD 50, LD 218, LD 517, and then LD 1084. So our first bill, yes.
Madam Chair, can we just confirm that there's a senator here before you start? The proper quorum has to have a senator. I see the 2 on the boxes. I just wanted to confirm.
So I didn't think we had to reestablish the quorum since we'd started that this morning in our work session.
We had a work session this morning and you're starting a new public.
Oh, brand new. So I need a senator, huh? Oh, I see Senator Davis.
Well, I'm trying to, but tell him I can't start my video.
His voice is good enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, it did. And it boxed himself.
And I see Senator Bailey's box as well, but her picture's not here.
Why don't you just unmute yourself?
Senator Bailey, are you with us?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I can't start my video. It says every time I click on it, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Mandy's on her way.
Oh, we're technical help is on its way.
Technically help, yeah. She's really good at this.
I don't know. That's what comes up every time I click on it. So
maybe put him on mute.
You are.
We'll give Senator Davis a minute to see if we can't get his picture up and running.
Well, I think we could be satisfied with the audio that he is actually attending your meeting. So thank you.
Great. Thanks for keeping us organized. I appreciate it. So,
video. Did it start? Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah.
So, thank you. Again, we're going to begin with LD 1094, and I believe that is Senator Pouliot's bill. And I'm going to promote him to a panelist. I appreciate everyone's patience. Senator Pouliot, appreciate your patience today.
My pleasure. Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you too. Begin at your pleasure.
Great, thank you. And I think the delay actually worked out well because we moved the bills around, and those who are here to testify on mine didn't know until I told them about 15 minutes before 1 o'clock. So Thanks for the delay.
You bet.
Representative Peirce, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I'm State Senator Matt Pouliot, and I proudly represent the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Brattleboro. I'm here today to present LD 1094, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to reduce homeowner and municipal energy bills through increased efficiencies and weatherization projects. This legislation will give Maine voters the opportunity to decide whether to approve a $20 million bond for cost-effective weatherization and energy efficiency projects that would lower energy bills for senior citizens, low-income households, municipalities, and schools. As described in the bill, the funds would be administered through Efficiency Maine Trust in two separate categories. $10 million would be dedicated to weatherization programs to benefit seniors and low-income residents, including residents eligible for support through the Federal Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Program or the Department of Health and Human Services. And $10 million would be available for matching grants to municipalities and school administration units to support increased weatherization and energy efficiency programs for heating, lighting, and building envelopes to save taxpayer funds and make buildings safer and more comfortable. Passage of this bond would help Mainers save millions of dollars on their energy bills and reduce the cost of living for many of our fellow citizens who struggle with most of their monthly expenses. This bond will also save taxpayers money by reducing the amounts that towns, cities, and school districts spend on heating and lighting public buildings. I support this bill because we know that investments in weatherization and energy efficiency have a proven track record of delivering real benefits for Maine people. We also know that Maine has an enormous need for weatherization. More than half of the single-family homes in our state and 2/3 of the rental units are over 60 years old and will waste energy and dollars until they receive weatherization and efficiency upgrades. That means that Maine has hundreds of thousands of old, drafty, and energy inefficient buildings that cost Maine families, towns, and schools too much to heat and operate. Of particular concern to me are seniors and low-income residents. These Mainers, especially our low-income rural residents, often shoulder the biggest energy burdens, paying too much of their incomes to just meet energy needs. Weatherization and energy efficiency are proven and cost-effective ways to reduce these electricity and heating costs. But the citizens who stand to gain the most from weatherization and energy efficiency, our senior and low-income residents, are often the ones who can least afford to take advantage of these programs normally offered by the Efficiency Maine Trust. That's why this bond is so important. Without programs targeted at these groups, the work is unlikely to get done. By reducing energy costs through weatherization, we free up funding for seniors and low-income residents and Maine towns to devote to other priorities in their lives and communities. This bond measure would weatherize over 1,500 homes, create $45 million in lifetime energy savings, including creating approximately $33.5 million in savings for municipal budgets and support almost 200 jobs for Mainers. As the committee reviews this proposal, I would recommend that you consider amending LD 1094 so that $5 million be designated to go to Maine State Housing Authority for supporting weatherization for low-income households by funneling those funds through Maine's CAP agencies, I think some of whom you'll hear from after me. I recognize that you have many worthy bond proposals before you. I do, however, encourage you to consider the significant value that this bond measure will provide for Maine people and communities across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these remarks. For your interest, I've also put in the remarks a number of organizations that have endorsed this bond proposal. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Senator Pouliot. Appreciate you being here. Any questions for the good senator? I do not see any, but we do have a number of people signed up to testify on behalf of this bill. So I think I'll move to the public part of that, unless you have any final comments.
Too easy. Hopefully silence isn't lack of support.
I don't think so. All right, thank you. So we have Representative Kessler who is here, who would like to do public comment on this bill. And I've just moved him over to be a panelist. Representative Kessler, welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Peirce and my esteemed colleagues on the AFA committee. I did not prepare written testimony today. been a busy week, but I think that it's important for me to just explain to the committee a little bit more context about where we are at with weatherization in the state of Maine and how we've gotten to this point. I won't extol the virtues of weatherization, as I'm sure other people will after me here. But the first important thing to recognize is why are we needing to have a bond to do this work? We've had a weatherization program through Efficiency Maine for the past 10 years. And when we established Efficiency Maine, we had the goal of substantially weatherizing every home and business in the state by 2030. We have fallen woefully short of that goal. And it's not due to lack of effort from Efficiency Maine in doing their work, but it is certainly due to a lack of funding to do that work. And that is due to the fact that we have various pools of money that they use. For those who use electricity, we pay into a conservation fund on our electric bill. The same for gas customers. But for the unregulated fuels, there is no contribution from the sale of that fuel towards reducing the use of that fuel. It's always been a political hot potato. So over the years, Efficiency Maine has had to pull funding from various other sources to make up for that lack. And 60% of homes in the state of Maine heat with oil and propane. So that's a substantial amount of homes. So as we're looking at this bond and as we're looking at LD 218, this is a bit of a combination testimony today. It's important that as AFA is also looking at addressing our long-term climate goals, that we really look at a sustainable funding source for weatherization into the future. As it pertains to the American Rescue Plan Act funds, it's still pretty uncertain as to if or how much we will be able to use of that funding towards this cause. So it's very important that these bonds still stay on the table as an option for our short-term goals. And for some perspective, the Maine Climate Council had established the goal of weatherizing an additional 17,500 homes per year till 2025. I crunched the numbers with Mike Stoddard at Efficiency Maine, and that really means an additional $9 million per year to reach that level of program activity. So that's the kind of numbers that we're working with. I appreciate the spirit of 1094, and there's needs all over the state in all sectors of the economy. Some of our lowest hanging fruit, though, is still in the residential realm, where there's just lots of cookie cutter jobs out there, quick and easy attic jobs that will do a lot of good. But one particular issue that neither this bond or the bond that I introduced has addressed, and this is in my conversations with the people on the ground doing the work, is that we have a very limited weatherization workforce, and they took quite a hit with COVID, whereas other contractors in the efficiency world, they're installing heat pumps on the outside of the building. They might be inside for a quick while, but the demand for insulating and air sealing really dropped. And so that hurt a lot of companies this year, and quite a few of them had shut down for good. So we have a smaller workforce than we did last year. Those businesses need support in growing. They are having trouble finding qualified workers, finding workers who want to do the work, because it is a dirty, physically strenuous job. And so it's very hard to find folks who want to do it and then train them to do it well. And so through all of this effort, as we move forward towards June, we really should have an emphasis on workforce development, helping to train people on the job, as well as helping these folks invest in equipment, and giving them the security and the signal, knowing that we are going to have their backs for years to come, because this is a very finite mission. We only have a limited number of existing housing stock, and this is something that the state really needs to put its full weight behind. So I'd be glad to answer any nuanced questions about the industry or policy. I've worked in this field for the past 10 years, and I know it very intimately. So I'll stop there and take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Representative Kessler. Are there any questions for the good representative? Seeing none, we appreciate your comments today. Thank you. Oh, I guess
Senator Breen.
Senator Breen is here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm a little late. Representative Kessler, are you for the bill or against the bill?
Oh, I'm absolutely in favor of this bill and all the weatherization bills.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Kessler? Seeing none, thank you for your time. We appreciate you coming. Appreciate it. So if you're in the attendees, if you're attending our committee meeting today and you wish to speak on LD 1094, please use your raise the hand mechanism. And then I can see who wants to testify for this. We'll start with Susan Eli. And I'll bring you back over. Once you arrive, if you can unmute yourself and show us your video, that would be great. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and one last thing before we get started, we will be running a 3-minute clock. So once you hit your time, you'll have a gentle reminder to wrap up.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Ready?
We're ready. Go for it.
Great. Good afternoon, Representative Pierce, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Sue Ely. I'm a staff attorney at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I am pleased to testify in support of LD 1094. You will hear a lot of testimony today about the way that, and yesterday and tomorrow, I think, about how Maine should invest bonds to fund a number of urgent needs. And I'm here to just reinforce that with the other folks testifying in support of LD 1094, that spray foam insulation, window sealing, energy efficient lighting, these should be top tier lists for urgent investment in the state. These types of energy efficiency and weatherization measures help reduce energy bills for low-income Mainers, senior citizens, municipalities, and schools. And those savings will be borne out over decades. This is a long-lasting solution. This opportunity comes to us at a critical moment in our state. We have no more time to delay taking action to address our climate emissions. And the Mainers that this bill would help have an urgent need to reduce their utility bills. It can't wait for another winter because that will just exacerbate the problems that they're experiencing. Heating, cooling, and lighting of Maine's buildings contributes to 1/3 of our state's annual carbon pollution. In order to meet our greenhouse gas emissions reduction requirements, the Maine Climate Action Plan calls for a doubling of the current pace of home weatherization. That's 17,500 additional homes and businesses being weatherized by 2025, and making sure that at least 1,000 homes per year are low-income homes that are getting weatherized. The plan also calls in the longer term for weatherizing at least 35,000 homes and businesses by 2030. These aren't just numbers. This isn't just about climate change. For every home, business, school, municipal building that is weatherized and made more energy efficient as a result of this bond, there is a job for a weatherization expert. a reduction in heating and energy costs for occupants. The building, whether it's a home or a resident, or a building or a municipal office or a school, those spaces are more comfortable and safe. And then of course, we're reducing harmful air pollution. You've heard some statistics on this. It's estimated that this bond could create approximately 45 million in lifetime energy savings for Maine people, could create 200 new jobs. For the average homeowner receiving these weatherization services, they're expected to save approximately $300 a year in heating and energy costs. And as you've also heard from Senator Pouliot, the residents shouldering the highest home energy costs are also those same residents who are least able to afford these weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades. The building work group for the Maine Climate Council estimates that there are approximately 550,000 homes in Maine, and more than half of those were built before 1960. While all of these homes are not, in desperate need of fixing, many of them are in need of weatherization upgrades and efficiency upgrades.
Pardon me, Ms. Eli, your 3 minutes has expired. If you could
I
finish.
will wrap up. Yeah, thank you. I will just reinforce that this is an incredibly important bill. The timing is perfect. The need is urgent, and this is an incredibly important thing to do. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Eli? I don't see any. Thank you so much for coming. Next, we have Michael Stoddard and then Eric Jorgensen.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Committee on Appropriations. My name is Michael Stoddard. I'm the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust. Thanks so much for letting me testify today. Like Representative Kessler, I am testifying generally in support of all of the bond proposals before you today that would support increased weatherization and efficient, affordable housing. I thought I would provide some context based on the experience we've had over the last decade in promoting weatherization in the state. And in my testimony, you'll see I've bulleted out some data points that might be helpful as you consider these bills. This is consistent with what Ms. Ely and Mr. Kessler said. For example, over the life of a weatherization project, you would expect a typical household to save about $9,600 using last year's price of heating oil. And that will also correlate to saving 50,000 pounds of CO2 emissions over the life of the measure. It will certainly help us reduce our economy's dependence on imported petroleum products. And what we found is that over the last several years, when we see programs that are weatherizing low-income homes, it's costing about $10,000. That's a rounded up number. $10,000 per home to do a complete, for the public funding of a complete weatherization of low-income home, and maybe half that to provide incentives for a market-based household. At Efficiency Maine, we've been doing plus or minus 1,000 homes per year, and the programs at Maine Housing have been doing somewhere in the neighborhood of 750 homes per year. So to double that means we need to do another 1,000 homes a year at Efficiency Maine and another 750 homes at Maine Housing through those different channels. And that would get you to the doubling goal. And that was the recommendation in the Maine Climate Council's Climate Action Plan. So for context, that's what we're shooting for. As Representative Kessler mentioned, it's been a really tough year for the weatherization market. The businesses that are in this market have seen a real decline in consumer demand. There's a lot of competition for them for more lucrative project work. The price of materials is going up, and the workforce is not there right now. So we do need to take some steps to help build that back up. We think that through our programs at Efficiency Maine, and I think Maine Housing can do the same, we provide financial incentives, loans, customer support with online tools, education and marketing, and also importantly, setting minimum standards for the work that is done. To get this done and to do that doubling, I've ballparked the cost, and it would be about $7.5 million per year to do a doubling of the low-income homes, and about another $5 million per year to do a doubling of the market-based home retrofits. I don't want to miss the opportunity to mention affordable housing. When you build new, that is the best time to make homes very efficient and low carbon. So new construction of high efficiency affordable housing is a great opportunity. If bond money can go to that, it serves a great dual purpose of lowering carbon and lowering the operating costs for those residents for every year that they're in the home. So all these bonds are pointed in the right direction. It would be extremely valuable for us to get going in the next couple of years. And we appreciate the proponents of these bills coming forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Are there any questions for Mr. Stoddard? I'm not seeing any. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Next in our up testifying will be the Honorable, the Honorable Eric Jorgensen. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
And then
can you hear me all right?
I can, one moment. After that'll be Megan Hannon. Thank you. Welcome.
It's nice to be here. Nice to see everybody. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Eric Jorgensen. I'm from Maine Housing. And as you know, and as you've heard, Maine Housing administers a number of state and federal programs, including rental subsidies, weatherization, fuel assistance, 2 housing block grants, the low-income housing tax credit program, and homeless grant programs. I'm speaking today in favor of both of these bond bills, LD 1094, Senator Pouliot's bill, and also in favor of Representative Kessler's bond bill, which would provide $40 million for the same kind of thing. It's been said that the greenest house is the house that you don't need to build. And I think with some of the oldest housing stock in the country, Maine has an above average opportunity to see real improvements made through weatherization, improvements that benefit the homeowner with reduced heating bills and benefit everybody else through reduced consumption of heating fuel. Maine Housing has been working in this area for low-income Mainers for decades. While this particular bill as written directs the funds through EMT, we are fully in support of having more weatherization done in Maine, whether it's funded by them or through us. I understand the proposed amendment is something we certainly support, which would direct some of the money toward Maine Housing. But every year as part of the program evaluation, we hear from Maine people who have been helped by this program. And we hear clearly how something as basic as a better door, some insulation really makes a difference. Consider for a moment the story of John from New Sweden, who wrote to us just last month and said, work was completed 3 months ago now, and the results of that work have been extraordinary. For the first time in years, we've been comfortably warm in our home this winter, and we are so appreciative of the work you perform for us. I heat with wood, and in the past years, I've used between 1 and 1.5 cords per month to keep a few of the rooms in the downstairs livable. In the past 3 months, I've used just half a cord per month, which has kept the entire house warm. We used to retire to our upstairs bedroom in full snow gear with hats because it would be around 45 degrees up there due to heat loss from no insulation and extreme drafts outside. And now, regardless of the temperature and winds, it remains in the low to mid 60s consistently. So thank you so much. And I guess not every weatherization program produces results like that, but this story is not at all uncommon. One elderly woman from Western Maine even sent us a poem, which I'd be happy to bring in its entirety to the work session. I'm not going to read it now, but it includes the lines, "I'm old and cold and need my heat, and this insulation can't be beat." Well, Madam Chair, it's not that's not Coleridge or Wordsworth, but it does sum it up, I think. Weatherization does change lives, and I think few things in the housing world can demonstrate so effectively what a small investment can do. So thank you very much. And I just want you to know that Maine Housing completely supports these two measures.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jorgensen. Appreciate you being here. Any questions? It's hard to top the poetry and the stories, but
I can do more poetry, but I won't.
We look forward to that in the future. You've set the bar high for all your testimony now, I think. Always bring a poem. Any questions at all for our former colleague? Seeing none, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Megan Hannon and then Anna Fletcher. Anya, maybe. Hello, Ms. Hannon.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and Senator Pouliot. I'm Megan Hannon, Executive Director of the Maine Community Action Partnership, and we support LD 1094, and I have put in some written testimony for all the rest also, but will not come back to speak to you again about it. It's going to be much the same. For more than 50 years, Community Action has served as a dynamic and community-based force in addressing the causes and conditions of poverty throughout Maine and the country. Our 10 community action agencies deliver programs and services for people with low and moderate income, including the Home Energy Assistance Program, or HEAP, lost my place, Workforce Development, the Current Rental Relief Program, Head Start, Home Rehabilitation and Weatherization, and more. As you have already heard, our customers are the people and the families who most need these services and can least afford to pay for it at once. We wholeheartedly support weatherization programs, especially for those with families of lower income, senior, and young families. We worry that putting all the funding into the Efficiency Maine Trust will leave out too many families that most need these services, and so support Senator Pouliot's friendly amendment. Efficiency Maine Trust is very good at creating and executing market-based incentives, but if this bond is really interested in impacting low-income households, it makes sense to divide the funds between EMT and Maine Housing, which generally contracts with Community Action to do the work. Our weatherization crews provide high-quality, lower-cost value for the homeowner and taxpayer. Right now, as Representative Kessler said so well, we do have some workforce issues, which is the case across the state, but it's our hope with funds to increase our weatherization, we can increase incentives to do the work. I reiterate the recommendation that the $10 million now set support programs that benefit seniors and low-income residents be split between the two entities, $5 million each. I also realize that we stand to see quite a bit of federal investment in this work. As you know, a bond passed today has a long shelf life, and as above, creating demand for these increased workforce does better, and the work is there longer. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or for the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Any questions? Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. And next up, we have Anya Fletcher. I'm butchering that, both of those names, I think. Please help me.
That's okay. Happens all the time. It's Anya Fletcher.
Welcome. Thank you for testifying.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Peirce and Senator Breen and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony today. I'm here on behalf of Environment Maine and our thousands of members across the state to speak in favor of LD 1094, as well as the other weatherization bills, but I'm just gonna speak here for this one. So this bill, as you know, would give citizens of Maine the opportunity to vote on whether to create a $20 million bond to reduce energy use in our state's buildings and homes. If passed, the investment would reduce carbon pollution and put us on a path to meet our climate goals while also lowering energy bills across Maine. All people who live in Maine need clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and a livable climate. In a greener and healthier world, we would conserve more, use the energy we have more wisely and efficiently, and rely only on sources of energy that are clean, renewable, and leave less environmental damage in their wake. In Maine, 1/3 of our carbon pollution comes from heating, cooling, and lighting our buildings. Additionally, our older and inefficient buildings use energy wastefully, hurting the planet, our health, and our pocketbooks. Meanwhile, the urgency of using our energy more efficiently to reduce pollution and its devastating impacts has only intensified each year. Last year tied with 2016 for the hottest year on record, and these temperatures contributed to extreme heat, more frequent intense storms, flooding, and sea level rise, and we saw a lot of drought last year and are already seeing more of that this year. Record droughts, and we also see the fishing industries as already having to adjust to changes in marine populations as the Gulf of Maine warms. The environmental impacts of carbon pollution are paired with equally dangerous threats to our health. A new study by researchers at Harvard University and the University of College London found that almost 1/5 of deaths worldwide are associated with breathing air pollution from fossil fuel combustion, which is much higher than scientists previously thought. Reducing energy waste is one of our best weapons in the fight against climate change. This bond would fund increased energy efficiency and weatherization in municipal buildings, schools, and homes across the state. Half of the bond would fund energy efficiency projects for seniors and low-income residents, resulting in the weatherization of, as you've heard, more than 1,500 homes, which would reduce 105 million pounds of carbon pollution, which is the equivalent of taking over 37,000 cars off of the road. It would also save homeowners around $300 a year in energy bills. The other half of the bond, of course, would go to weatherizing Maine schools and municipal buildings to further lower those emissions for improved public health and environmental protections. A good friend of mine is a carpenter for a construction company in Bodenham that builds and renovates homes to be super energy efficient and easily connect with solar panels and other renewable energy sources. He loves the work, but will tell you over and over that cost is one of the biggest barriers that people face in weatherizing their homes. This bond would remove some of those hurdles for people who want and need these upgrades. The bill is part of a broader shift in Maine to save energy and make buildings more efficient. It accelerates our progress to meet the goals laid out in Maine's Climate Action Plan, including reducing carbon emissions in our state by 80% by 2045 and moving towards 100% renewable energy by 2050. We respectfully ask you to pass this bill to protect our planet, public health, and our pocketbooks. We hope that Maine will continue to take advantage of the cleanest form of energy there is, the energy we never use in the first place. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Fletcher? I do not see any. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next to submit public testimony will be Jeff Marks and then Kathleen Neal. Mr. Marks.
Yes, thank
Welcome.
you, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. And thanks for the opportunity to submit testimony on LD 1094 today. Real quickly, Acadia Center, we're a nonprofit research and advocacy organization. We started in Rockport, Maine, and spread out to some of the other northeastern states to help advance the clean energy future by offering real-world solutions to the climate crisis. We support LD 1094. We think Efficiency Maine, Maine Housing, and others have been incredible in helping Maine become a national leader in energy efficiency. But far more needs to be done to improve the efficiency of homes and schools, and really to ensure that all communities reap the full benefits of energy efficiency programs and funding to which all ratepayers contribute. We need to ensure that efficiency programs deliver benefits equitably across all communities and income levels. Acadia Center is working on bringing together some of these complex but overlapping issues into its Next Generation Energy Efficiency Initiative. Next Gen Energy Efficiency addresses these challenges through kind of a new approach to energy efficiency, one that focuses on energy savings as a core energy system resource, but is also centered on meeting climate, environmental justice, and electrification goals. We're really looking at 4 pillars of Next Gen Energy Efficiency. Number 1, strengthening the role of efficiency in improving housing quality. Number 2, addressing climate mitigation and greenhouse gas emission reductions through efficiency. Number 3, better aligning energy efficiency and electrification. And finally, sustaining investments in energy efficiency as a leading energy resource. We think this bond measure before you today helps to achieve some of these goals, particularly in 2 places where our kids spend an enormous amount of time in their formative years, housing and schools. Acadia Center thanks Representative Pouliot for his leadership in bringing this bill forward, and to Representative Dudera, Representative Kessler, and others for their bond bills that prioritize programs that deliver energy efficiency benefits to communities and households that really face disproportionate environmental and energy burdens and have faced barriers in accessing programs so far. In a state where the home energy burden for low-income households is high, Maine must do more to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens are warm, safe, and healthy. Thank you, and looking forward to working with you on this and other bond bills.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. It's Senator Breen, and I just was asked by my co-chair to take over for a moment. So I'm going to just turn off my timer, which you did not need, and see if there are any questions from the committee for Mr. Marks. Not seeing any. So thank you very much. And are you going to be coming back to testify on other bills, or was this it?
No, just this one.
Okay. If you do decide to support other ones, make sure you put them in electronically for the LD number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathleen Meal, and then after her will be Richard Burbank. I'm going to move him over now. And Ms. Meal, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Kathleen Meal, and I offer testimony this afternoon on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations who unify around a common agenda every year. The EPC represents well over 100,000 members in Maine who want to protect the good health, good jobs, and quality of life that depend on a healthy environment. LD 1094 is priority legislation for our coalition this year. Investing in weatherization and energy efficiency through this general fund bond will lower energy costs for Maine seniors, low-income residents, schools, and towns. It will support scores of green jobs, and it will significantly reduce carbon pollution in Maine. As you've heard several times already today, Maine is home to some of the oldest building stock in the country, and heating, cooling, and lighting our buildings is responsible for almost 1/3 of our state's carbon pollution. In addition to contributing to climate change, Maine's older and energy inefficient buildings cost families, towns, and schools in higher electricity and heating bills. And of course, this energy burden is hardest on low-income residents and especially low-income rural residents, who often pay a much higher percentage of their incomes to meet home energy needs. Fortunately, Maine has successfully implemented weatherization programs to improve efficiency and reduce costs by improving insulation and reducing air leakage. Many thousands of homes, businesses, and public buildings have already been weatherized, but the need far exceeds current funding capacity. LD 1094 will expand successful energy efficiency and weatherization programs in a targeted way to address where those services are needed most in Maine schools, municipalities, and senior and low-income residents. As you've heard, there are incredible benefits in energy savings, carbon pollution reduction, and job creation brought by this bill, and those incredible benefits led Maine's Environmental Priorities Coalition to identify LD 1094 as a priority bill. So on behalf of all 32 EPC partner organizations and our many thousands of members and supporters, I urge you to support this much needed weatherization bond. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Meal? Ms. Meal? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think next we have Richard Burbank.
Looks like I can't start my video.
Are we preventing that?
It says, please select, Did
that help?
Let's see here. Not sure what's going on.
Well, we can certainly hear you if you'd like to just forge ahead with just your name and your square.
Yep.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, good. All right. Now I can't see you, but I'll I'll just go ahead and begin. Hi, my name is Hank. I'm the president of Evergreen Home Performance, a company I started in 2006, and I have 4 other co-owners and have 25 employees located in 2 locations in Rockland and Portland, Maine. We perform the weatherization that's being discussed mostly in the private market. We haven't done any low-income weatherization, but I definitely can attest to the importance of it, and the CAP agencies are leading the charge in a very effective weatherization program in Maine. They just need funding, so I want to speak in favor of that, and it will go to very deserving housing. One thing that hasn't been discussed is the nitty-gritty of some of the municipal buildings. And we don't actively do municipal buildings right now. They're far and few between, partly due to funding and awareness. However, we did do a spurt of activity in municipal buildings when there was federal grants as part of the ARA funding dedicated toward municipal buildings. And we did some major projects at Knox County Courthouse, and in Somerset County, we did the courthouse and several other buildings. And I was shocked at the condition, not only in the 1880s part of the original courthouses, but the additions sometimes built in the last 20 years were worse. We saw the same thing at the Rockland Public Library. The new wing was leakier than the old wing. So there is a huge need in municipal buildings, and I will speak to that. So I support LD 1094 because I think it's a lot of low-hanging fruit, and there hasn't been funds directed to that in the past, at least since the stimulus days. And regarding expansion of weatherization itself, both for the private market, I speak strongly in support of LD 218 about the $40 million weatherization bond. And I think the importance of trying to achieve our goals, not only of weatherizing buildings in Maine, trying to address the climate crisis, but it requires businesses like ours to scale up, and it requires enough security for us to take the risk to grow, because it's really hard to find the workforce and to invest in their development. We have 25 employees, and I think we're the biggest company in Maine. And that's unfortunate. We need more companies like us. And for us to double in size, if any of you have run a business, it's pretty scary to go from 25 maybe to 50 employees and all the risks that we take on to do so, especially after the worst year ever. How are the banks going to look at this? So we are ready to rise to the challenge, but we definitely need support and sustained funding to reduce our risk to scale up and meet the challenge. And the benefit is all the economic development, all the salaries. It's a very labor-intensive, skill-intensive job. It's a very rewarding line of work. It's difficult. However, it's going right back to the local economy because that's all going out in payroll. There is material costs, much of which is somewhat local, but the labor that is local is going to come back into the local economy. So that's my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Burbank? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Victoria Grover. As soon as you're here, if you could unmute.
I'm here.
There we are. Wonderful. Oh,
wait a second. No, I'm here.
Yeah, there you are.
And my dog has been quiet all day, and now it's decided to bark. So if she starts barking, I'm sorry.
No worries.
My name is E. Victoria Grover. I'm a PA who's been working in Aroostook County in family practice medicine since 1981. In the last 10 years, I've been more active in geriatrics. I was a founding member of the Dear Go Maine Geriatric Society several years ago, and I currently serve as president of that organization. I'm proud to say that the board of DGS has unanimously voted to join the Natural Resources Council of Maine and other Maine organizations to support LD 1094. However, I'm giving testimony today representing only myself because I didn't have time to review my testimony with other board members. These are my personal reasons for supporting this bill. Many geriatric healthcare providers are trying to implement a new way of taking care of our older patients that emphasizes something called the 4 M's. The most important M out of these 4 M's is what matters. That means what matters to the patient, what is important to him or her. We need to know that so that we can create a treatment plan that prioritizes the needs and desires of each individual patient. A huge part of what matters to most people is the place where they live. Unfortunately, in the last 40 years, I've watched over and over again as people are forced to leave the homes they hoped to live in until they died because they could no longer keep them warm and safe in the winter. They could not afford the cost of fuel. They could not afford weatherization. Leaving a home voluntarily for a living situation you look forward to can be just fine. But leaving a home for a living situation you do not want is an emotional blow some older people never recover from. And in the last 5 years, we have a new weather problem, summer. Because of climate change, it's becoming very hot and humid up here in the summer with stretches of days in the 90s with high humidity, an entirely new situation for the people in Aroostook County. Air conditioners are not something people up here ever felt they needed until quite recently. Neither homes nor those subsidized apartments for public housing were built with air conditioning in mind. Old-fashioned window air conditioners are costly and expensive to run. To make this worse, many people who live in subsidized housing are unable to even open their windows in the summer because the windows have been sealed shut as a primitive way of saving money for the owners of the public housing during the winter season. On a hot summer day, I now worry about my patients with heart and lung disease sitting in homes where the indoor temperature is in the 90s. In the last 2 summers, it has hit 100 degrees. People who are on oxygen have only a small supply of portable oxygen. They must spend most of their time tethered to an electrical outlet. Think of that. Trapped in a sauna, trying to breathe, where there is no relief. I am hoping that the funds from this bond issue will be used to improve the homes of our older and disabled Maine citizens so they can continue to have what matters most to them and to most of us, a safe and familiar home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Grover? I don't see any, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're attending this meeting, I don't see anyone else who's raised their hand to make comment on LD 1094. If you are in our attendees and would like to make comment, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any, so I'll close the public hearing on LD 1094. Thank you to everyone who testified. Our next LD will be LD 175, which is being sponsored and presented by our good fellow colleague on AFA, Representative Kristen Cloutier. I'll turn it over to you, Representative, for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. As you know, my name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here to present testimony in support of LD 175, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to create and enhance regional homeless shelters. Prior to the pandemic, Maine's unhoused population had already reached a crisis point. On any given night, over 1,100 people experience homelessness in our state. We also know that people experiencing homelessness face a far higher mortality rate than sheltered people. Data suggests that many more unsheltered individuals report physical health conditions compared to those who are sheltered. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, Maine's rate of homelessness is nearly double the rate of other northeastern states, including Rhode Island and Vermont. As you are all aware, COVID-19 has exacerbated many of the challenges faced by those experiencing homelessness. The virus has not only increased their vulnerability due to a greater general exposure to people, but it has also made it more difficult to acquire food and supplies and to find places that usually provide a refuge to those looking to simply keep warm during Maine's harsh winter. Even once the pandemic is behind us, based upon current inventory, affordable housing will continue to be increasingly difficult to access, resulting in a rising number of Mainers becoming housing insecure. My home community of Lewiston does not currently offer a publicly funded shelter option to unsheltered individuals. Instead, Maine Housing and our local CAP agency administered services and provided shelter at our city armory and a local hotel for over a year. These two facilities operated at full capacity for most of that time, frequently having to turn people away due to a lack of available beds. These temporary shelters were successful in connecting unsheltered individuals with housing vouchers, which then led to more stable housing after their planned discharge. Due to their temporary municipal approval and a lack of funding locally to support them, these facilities have since closed, and we anticipate that we will once again see unsheltered families and individuals camping outside, seeking refuge in tents. Allowing this to continue year after year isn't sustainable, and it certainly isn't humane. This bill would provide funding through a bond issue in the amount of $50 million to create and enhance regional homeless shelters across the state. In these unprecedented and dire times, and in the coming years it will take us to recover from them, we can and must do better to assist our local communities in providing these essential shelter services. Thank you for your consideration, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Cloutier? Seeing none at this time, we appreciate your testimony and offering up the bill.
Thank you.
If you are attending our meeting today and would like to speak in favor of LD 175, please raise your hand in the attendee and we'll bring you over to testify. Thank you. We have Cullen Ryan and then Mark Swan. Mr. Ryan, welcome.
Thank you, Representative Pearce and Senator Breen and members of the committee. My name is Cullen Ryan. I work with Community Housing Maine, and I've been working in the field of homelessness for 34 years. I serve in the statewide homeless council and also involved in the continuum of care and all the regional homeless councils. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Homeless Policy Committee of Maine, as well as the Community Housing of Maine, in support of this. This is really important legislation. And basically our homeless system response system depends on two things. First is a high performing front door to assess, divert, and keep people safe who require shelter, and a high performing back door to permanent housing with supports services. And this bill really focuses on the front door, and our front door is lacking. Shelters rely on a variety of different funding systems. Many are unpredictable, and all of which do not meet the shelter's financial needs, especially now. Shelters have been in crisis mode for the past year, attending to the health, safety, and well-being of people seeking shelter and their staff amid the pandemic. Staff have been working around the clock to provide emergency shelter, essential services, and housing navigation assistance to people experiencing homelessness in shelters, wellness shelters, hotels, and for people who are sleeping outside. And simply put, shelters have not had enough resources to maintain sufficient capacity to meet this need for years. The pandemic has made this worse. So we've got between 5,000 and 6,000 people who are homeless this year. I think it's much closer to 6, but the issue is that we have hundreds of people in hotels right now. Portland alone has 499 as of last week, just in general assistance hotels. There's no place for these people to go. We don't have housing for them to go into. And the worry is that they will end up outside in encampments. That's a worst case scenario because it's very hard to outreach and support people once they're stuck outside. Shelters in Maine have been full and overflowing and forced to turn people away for years. And the pandemic has highlighted the importance of having emergency shelter capacity. Turning people away compounds issues, and overflow shelters are expensive and actually slow us down in our effort to end homelessness. The staffing requirements for multiple locations directly subtract from staff working on housing people, which is what we really need to do. Having a right-sized shelter system is necessary in order to avoid other more expensive, ineffective, and inefficient interventions, which are only more difficult and expensive to operate, but they can be demoralizing for staff and guests alike. So having a shelter system that works and allows the focus to shift to housing people is the way to go. And our housing navigators know what to do if we can keep them focused on it. For many communities in Maine, optimizing the system necessitates creating or enhancing shelter facilities, and the exact target of this legislation. Lewis and Auburn lacks a low barrier shelter altogether. The Oxford Street shelter in Portland has been operating above capacity for a very long time, and multiple overflow shelters shelters. It's very inefficient. These are just two examples, but there are more. Homelessness is a major public health crisis. We know how to end it. We know that having an adequate front door is going to be necessary, as is having a back door. And this legislation will really help us. So please support this legislation so we can have a fully functioning front door and access to emergency system to provide critical services to people experiencing homelessness. This will allow us to work most effectively to end and prevent homelessness in Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Ryan? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mark Swan.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Swan. I'm the Executive Director of Preble Street, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak in support of LD 175 today. A little over a year ago, Preble Street was responsible for 64 shelter beds operating out of 2 facilities. Today, we're responsible for 235 beds with 82 more on the way. Over 300 shelter beds, up from 64 1 year ago. Last March, when the pandemic hit, the state called us and asked us to immediately open up a 50-bed shelter on the USM campus to help spread people out from overcrowded shelters where social distancing was impossible. 2 weeks later, the state called us again and asked us to open a separate quarantine shelter, which we did immediately. It started with 20 beds, but we've had as many as 117 people staying there during a COVID-19 surge. Also last April, the Veterans Administration asked us to provide emergency housing for veterans and their families throughout Maine, which we've done, placing people in hotels so as to avoid crowded shelters. Last night, we housed 74 families in 10 different counties in Maine in this kind of emergency housing. And then in December, the state called us again, right before Christmas, and asked us to open up yet another shelter, 80 more beds, as soon as possible, which we've done. We're currently working very hard to keep open a quarantine shelter and a general shelter in Lewiston, as well as opening another 40-bed shelter in Portland. As I said, we'll soon be responsible for over 300 shelter beds spread throughout the state. But when this pandemic ends, when it finally ends, we'll quickly be back down to 104. Of the 250 or so new shelter beds we're bringing online during this public health crisis, only 40 will be permanent. And what happens then? Where will people go? Will we go back to cramped, crowded, and poorly ventilated shelters? We know that that's not safe anymore. The largest shelter in Maine pre-COVID-19 had 152 people laying on mats on the floor 10 inches apart from each other. We can't go back to that. It's unconscionable to even consider doing so. For decades now, shelters have been seen as do-gooders, working valiantly, doing God's work, keeping society's forgotten people minimally safe, sheltered, and cared for. Frankly, I think we've been taken for granted. Almost no public funding has been available to buy, build, or renovate or expand shelters, and that needs to change. This pandemic has clearly shown how important having enough shelter capacity is in place to ensure the community's health and well-being, not only the health and well-being of those being served in the shelters, but the community at large. Shelters are an important component of the public health infrastructure in Maine and deserve to be treated as such. So I urge you to support LD 175. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Swan? I don't see any, but I appreciate your testimony and sharing those statistics with us. Appreciate all your work. Take care. Next, we have Christian Rodman and then Joshua DeCiangelo. Sorry, I'm sure you'll tell me how to pronounce it. Hello, welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Christian Rodman, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Maine Association of Planners, or MAP, and I'm testifying in support of LD 175. As Mr. Ryan and Swan have already eloquently said, supporting people early in housing instability is really critical because they can still leverage existing networks and resources that will help them recover. However, as both of them noted, we don't have sufficient investment or provision of shelters in Maine. Portland Shelter, the city of Portland Shelter is the only such municipally run facility in the state. There are others operated by nonprofits and other organizations, but homelessness is not simply a Portland problem. Across the state, approximately Maine shelters generally provided approximately 297,800 bed nights to 5,500 unduplicated individuals. That's numbers from 2019, which is the last year that I had complete data from. But this is a large problem. It's a statewide problem. Approximately 1/3 of the shelter clients that come to the Portland shelter are from somewhere else in the state. And it's important to note that a regional system of shelters would help fill gaps across the state. Adequate funding can also allow for creation of smaller scale shelters, crucially closer to people's home community, so that they can be more adequately supported. It's important to remember that we can make progress on this issue. We can make major strides against homelessness, but that progress requires responsible, targeted investment, specifically in support services and infrastructure. As an example, for just sort of the scale of costs, a proposed replacement for the city of Portland's emergency shelter is about $10 million. That was a pre-COVID number, so it may have been increased in that amount of time. Regardless, the state of Maine simply needs more funding for homeless shelters, and LD 175 facilitates that funding. So with that in mind, we strongly encourage you to support it. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Roadman? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Next, we have Joshua D'Alicio. How'd I do? Oh, excellent. Welcome.
You nailed it, Representative Pierce. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name, as already stated so eloquently, is Josh D'Alessio, and I am testifying today on behalf of LD 175. I'm a legislatively appointed member of the Statewide Homeless Council. I'm a vice chair of the COC. I'm the director of the Hope House Health and Living Center in Bangor, Maine. I live in Bangor, Maine. We have a community health center on our campus with a 48-unit transitional housing program on top of a 66-bed low barrier shelter. We're currently managing a 100-bed Ramada hotel for social distancing needs and people who are in need of quarantine and isolation. And I generally don't testify for bills. I actually can't say that. This is my third one this year. I normally set these things out. And I'm not going to be able to say anything better than Mr. Swan and Mr. Ryan. They've nailed the need. So did the gentleman before me. But I think the gap here is that there's a couple of things that sometimes get lost in the wash. One of them is that the homeless response system is a highly organized system. From triage and diversion at the front end through access and assessment and referral and prioritization and follow-up after obtaining permanent supportive housing on the back end. We have a data system that tracks all of that. We've got a referral network. We make sure that the right service is going to the right person, though we don't have enough of it. And I don't think it's news that the homeless system needs some money. We always need money, right? That's not going to change. But one of the things that's different about this year is that we've been working diligently with some high-level technical support. We've kind of got like the Michael Jordan of basketball or the Henry Ford of assembly lines helping us tweak and refine our system. And we have a network based on best practices that can produce results like the higher performing communities in the country. we sat down and diligently went through all the legislative opportunities this year and kind of pinged out the ones that didn't make sense and put together a package on the continuum from beginning to end that makes the entire system work. And this funding for these shelters is part of that system. Without funding the shelters, the rest of the system also suffers. And I think it's important to know that these funds are not in a silo. It's not just for shelters, but it's part of an entire thing. There's a need that goes somewhat beyond what it appears to be, and that's being part of that shelter continuum. But I'd also like to just add that I've heard some ruffles and feathers about the amount of money that's coming into the homeless response system. There is money coming in. There's FEMA money, there's home fund money, there's ESGCV money, there's going to be a bump in some of our subsidy money. This isn't that. This solves a problem that those other funding opportunities don't solve. And it's absolutely necessary that we get this funding, or at least very close to the ballpark of this funding, in order to be able to execute our statewide plans. That's really all I had to say, so I don't have to take up any more time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has some.
Are there any questions for Mr. I'm not even going to try it again since I got it right the first time. DeCiangelo. I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So the last person who has their hand raised is Eric Jorgensen.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations. I am again Eric Jorgensen, and it's my pleasure to speak in favor of LD 175. As you may know, Maine Housing provides subsidy for 36 of the state housing, the emergency homeless shelters in the state. And we're very grateful for Representative Cloutier's willingness to submit this bill on our behalf. We think this is a very important bill. It's our top legislative priority this year. We know that she shares our concern for Maine's homeless shelter system and what that means. I would just say that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Swan and others have painted a very clear picture of the need. But I think one of the questions that obviously comes up with this is people ask, how does this bill fit into all the money that's coming in with COVID that's coming out of the federal government? And I'd just say that, you know, this bill was submitted before the COVID infusions of the ARPA and everything else. But I think the issues that prompted us to submit this bill are still with us. And while at this point we don't know any firm guidance from the US Treasury about what the future funds coming to Maine are going to be allowed to be used for, the problem of homeless shelter construction is not one that appears to be addressed by any of the federal programs that have been proposed so far. There are resources available to update shelters. There are resources that'll be coming available to purchase and repurpose existing shelters or existing buildings and turn them into shelters, but there's no ready source of support for construction of new shelter facilities. I think it's as important because if we've learned anything during this pandemic, it's that the old way of thinking about shelters isn't consistent with the most optimal results. Giant rooms full of mats on the floor located 2 feet apart, which I remember seeing in Portland, is not only a model that doesn't stop a pandemic, it's a model that fails the people who are staying in the shelter. And I think when people sleep in a big congregate space like that, and then get up and are told to leave as soon as breakfast is over, this creates disruptions in people's lives that make it harder to address mental health issues, make it harder for people to find work, make it harder for the people in the neighborhood who have to live around this. And so I think all the best research confirmed this practice, which has been confirmed this past year in the advent of the wellness shelters that have been brought in to help combat the pandemic, suggests that moving to more modern spaces with a different approach and programming is a much better approach, and a modern 24-hour shelter with services on site really has been shown to reduce emergency and police calls, among other things. So that's where the bond comes in. Maine's currently undergoing an extensive redesign of its homeless system, as you heard from Mr. D'Alessio. The Statewide Homeless Council is doing great work. It's based on the fact that homelessness is a statewide problem, and it's not just one that that focuses on the service center communities as it currently does. The resources needed to fight and ultimately end homelessness are better delivered on a regional basis than one handled by individual towns. So this bond would support that, and we really, really support it here at Maine Housing. So again, I just want to thank Representative Cloutier for that, for bringing this forward. I also, if I might, in the interest of time and in the interest of you're not having to see me keep popping up on your screen, I'd also like to note that we just support all of the housing related bond issues you'll be hearing today. I've submitted detailed testimony on all of them, so you can read that. But just a couple of words that I would like to say about some of the other ones. I first wanted to say that we really are excited about the prospect of the housing first approach to homelessness, which is envisioned in Representative Brennan's LD 50. We also support the two bond proposals that deal with low-income housing production. Representative Dudera's bond LD 1084 would support energy efficient home construction. Representative Babbage's bill to construct new and weatherize existing low-income senior housing is also a really good one. I think both of those offer opportunities to keep Maine Housing's production process operating at full speed. And with regard to that, I'd just like to say that we currently have our largest pipeline of affordable units under construction in our agency's history. Over 1,300 units are in various stages of construction around the state as we speak right now. This is thanks in large part to the legislature, who over the past couple of years, 3 years, has brought affordable housing out of a period of real underfunding. Your actions have included releasing the last senior bond, last year's passage of the state low-income housing tax credit, and leaving intact the healthy balance that currently exists in the home fund. All of that has contributed to current building activity. And I did submit a report on the home fund. The annual report just came out today, and I've sent it to you guys who should be getting it. So I guess I'll just conclude by saying that we're now in the process of ramping up our production here at Maine Housing toward the completion of 1,000 units per year, new units coming online each year. And while that's great progress, it still falls short of what we need if we are to really meet the current and projected demand for affordable housing in Maine. So if you as legislators want to have a lasting and permanent impact on production, the production side of housing, I'd urge you to keep focusing on the pipeline. And one of the most effective ways to do that is through bonding with measures like these. So that's my sort of medley testimony today. I've tried to hit all my favorite notes and provide you with a nice melody. And I'm going to be leaving unless you have questions for me.
From poetry to song, here you are. So are there any questions for our good fellow former colleague, Eric Jorgensen? I don't see any. Thank you so much for your testimony and for submitting testimony on those other bills as well. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
So is there anyone else who's attending who would like to make comment on LD 175, either for or against, or neither for nor against? I'm not seeing anyone, so we're going to close the public hearing on LD 175. Thank you to the good sponsor for providing it and for all the people who provided testimony. Our next LD will be LD 50, and I believe we have the sponsor here, Representative Brennan, to start us off. Welcome.
Well, I'm very glad to be here. I'm skipping between 2 or 3 different committees today, so thank you. So we're ready to get started on LD 50?
We're ready when you are.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the committee for public hearing on this particular bond issue. First, I want to thank Representative Cloutier for introducing LD 175, and I was able to be a co-sponsor of that bill as well. And I hope that the committee will be able to take favorable action on that bill. And I'm simply here today to add another piece to the discussion. And this part of the discussion can be rolled into Representative Cloutier's bill when we talk about that bond issue. But one of the things that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years is that housing first programs have been enormously successful in finding permanent housing for people who have been chronically homeless. And I just wanted to come before the committee today to see if there would be a possibility for us to provide flexibility as we go forward talking about the bond issues to make sure that some of that funding could be available for Housing First programs. And it's critically important that we address the issues in our emergency shelter program across the state. I heard Mr. Swan talk about the fact that this recent pandemic really exposed in ways that we hadn't seen before the difficulties across the state and the lack of resources that are available for persons who are homeless across the state. And at the same time, we've also seen in Portland and other parts of communities across the state that Housing First programs that provide that type of ongoing support and staffing have been enormously successful in making sure that people can move from emergency shelters to more permanent housing. And I'm also happy to report 2 weeks ago, I was in Health and Human Services Committee, and Representative Hymanson would hopefully remember this, but the department is working diligently on an amendment to the main care plan that would allow for main care funds to be used for support services in Housing First programs. So one of the great difficulties in Housing First programs is providing the support services to make those programs successful. And the department is working persistently, if somewhat slowly in my opinion, but at least persistently in the right direction to make those funds available. So we would be in a position, hopefully fairly soon, to look at more Housing First programs and the support funding for the support programs to make those effective. And that would complement Representative Cloutier's bond issue, because then we would have more of the opportunity to have people be in shelters, move to Housing First programs, and get the support they need. Lastly, I just want to say this because I don't think anybody else has come before you today to say this. But last year, the Education Committee received a report from the Department of Education. Every day in the state, we have between 2,500 and 3,000 students in our K through 12 system who are homeless. That was an estimate from a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, which means that that number has probably grown and gotten bigger. I do have another bill in labor and housing to hopefully address that issue that you will see at some point, but it's estimated that at least 3% of that 2,500 to 3,000 children are living in cars or out in open space. So I really would look to that report as further evidence that we have a critical lack of emergency shelter and ways to intervene with some of the most vulnerable youth and those that are in our school system currently. And just one last two pieces of information: the quickest growth among homeless students are those students who are English language learners and those that have special needs and have been identified for with IEPs. And between 2014 and 2019, those two cohorts, special needs students, homelessness, grew by 51%. English language learners grew by 171%. So while we keep talking about emergency shelters and we talk about the population, I think it's critically important that we understand that we have a significant portion of youth students every day that are 8, 9, and 10 years old that are trying to go to school, trying to learn, and do not have a safe place to live. So thank you very much, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative Brennan? I don't see any at this time, but we know where to find you.
Thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I know I get a chance to come see you again next Monday on another bond issue.
We look forward to it. Thanks for being here. If you're in our attendee list and you wish to speak for or against, or neither for nor against, please raise your hand and we'll bring you over. We have Cullen Ryan up first. welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back. Hope things are going well for you in between there. Representative Peirce and Senator Breen, my name is Cullen Ryan, and I just explained who I was moments ago, so I won't do that again. I'm in support of LD 50, along with the Maine Homeless Policy Committee, which voted unanimously to support this. I'll give you some statistics that are in my testimony. I did tell you before, between 5,000 and 6,000 people are homeless, and that 3/4 of the people experiencing homelessness are circumstantially homeless. They simply need affordable housing. What this bill does is targets that other 25% of the population that needs housing that's dedicated to serve homeless populations. And that tends to be for the longest stayers in homelessness, victims of domestic violence, unaccompanied youth that can't be reunited with their families, and sometimes substance use disorder populations as well. And we know there's huge demand for affordable housing. I put some statistics in terms of the waiting lists for rental subsidies and for people who want to just get into housing. But things have gotten even tighter since the pandemic, and folks are probably aware of the housing market where things are getting snatched up so quickly. Meanwhile, our state has been plugging along, creating affordable housing, but running at about 200 units a year. That is going to increase slightly, but we've only been creating about 12 units of supportive housing. That type of housing, it really zeroes in on the longest stayers in homelessness, and as I described, victims of domestic violence and such. So we need to zero in on that. And one of the things this bond will do is to urge the construction of housing that's dedicated to homeless populations. If we can have affordable housing and be inclusive of homeless populations, which means that it will welcome this population in and be contemplated to have support services that will help these people be successful, that will actually help us end homelessness more than anything that we can do. It's extremely important where to target this. We know that those folks that are homeless for more complicated reasons stay in shelters night after night and use up that space that doesn't allow room for circumstantially homeless populations that just need it for a night or two. And so I've described a couple models of how to create this in here, but I just want to describe something else about the costs. The cost of not doing this, the cost of not creating housing for the population that experience long-term homelessness, for example, is important to contemplate there. It costs $47,000 a year to keep somebody in jail, and it costs $1,000 a day for somebody to touch a hospital. And it's almost $160,000 a year for somebody to be in rear view. Now, those populations that are the longest stayers in homelessness tend to ricochet through our most expensive emergency systems while they're homeless. And when we house them, they stop doing this. In fact, we just looked at a by name list of 445 people who are longest stayers in Portland just a few weeks ago, found that populations, the same population, unhoused versus housed, the group that was unhoused was 18.5 times more likely to be in jail than the population that was housed. And so with, again, the same population, they were 9 times more likely to be in the hospital when unhoused than when housed. So I explained the costs, and you can see that when we leave this population unhoused, when we don't attend to their needs, it costs us a great deal of money. When we get them housed, they stabilize, they do well, and we stop having those folks touch all these expensive emergency systems. So I hope you will invest in the resources to get these people housed. We need to have that housing for them to go into, even more now because there's no place to put people. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I wish you good luck, and I hope you'll support this.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Ryan? Seeing none, we appreciate your time on both bills. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we Christian Rodman.
Hello, once again, I'm speaking after a more eloquent speaker, but important to add our voice here. My name is Christian Rodman, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Maine Association of Planners, or MAP, in support of LD 50. In order to ensure that homelessness is temporary and minimized to the greatest extent possible, dedicated housing for the formerly homeless must be available. Dedicated housing enables service providers to reconnect clients with the structure and community resources necessary for increased self-sufficiency. It also frees up shelter bed capacity and the resources needed to help others experiencing homelessness quickly. I cited this number previously in the hearing for LD 175, but it does bear repeating here in this context as well. In 2019, the last year for which MAP had access to complete data, Maine shelters statewide provided more than 297,000 bed nights to 5,569 unduplicated individuals. In order to make strides against homelessness in Maine, we must support emergency shelter as well as dedicated housing, which is distinct. Dedicated housing allows for stability, which is very important, and this bill would facilitate the creation of such housing. So MAP encourages you to support LD 50. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Rodman? See none. I appreciate you being here again. I don't see anyone else with their hand up in our attendee list for LD 50. Is there anyone who would like to testify? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on LD 50 and we will move to LD 218. And that is Representative Kessler. Representative Kessler, thank you. Look for it.
Hello again, Representative Peirce and esteemed members of the AFA committee. I'm going to keep this very short because I meant to just have it be a combination testimony in conjunction with LD 1094. I just wanted to say again that you heard from everybody that weatherization is a top priority. It's a bipartisan priority. And so I hope that we will give it the priority that it deserves. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your brevity and coming on and introducing this bill. So are there any questions for Representative Kessler? Seeing none at this time, I appreciate you being here. Is there anyone in the attendee list who would like to speak either for or against or neither for nor against for LD 218? Please raise your hand. I wouldn't take that as a bad sign. I think a lot of people have submitted testimony on several bills, as you have done as well, Representative. So thank you so much. I will close the public hearing on 218 as we're seeing no participants to participate at this time. Thanks so much. Our next bill will be LD 517. And that is Representative Babbage as the sponsor. Bringing you over, Representative. Hello, Representative. Welcome.
How do you do? Can you see me okay?
Yep.
Great.
We can.
Well, welcome. Thank you. You've had a busy afternoon already. Some great bills. I will get right started if that's okay. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, durable members of this hardworking Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Christopher Babbage, and I live in Kennebunk, privileged to represent House District number 8. I appear before you today to introduce LD 517, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to promote construction of energy-efficient affordable homes and adaptive reuse, repair, and weatherization of existing homes for low-income seniors. Today, when I saw all the bills in the housing category that were introduced, I was very pleased because obviously homelessness, low-income workforce housing, and low-income seniors are the three that I think do need to be addressed, and I wanted to make sure to testify on the latter for you. When I came to the legislature in the 127th, came back after a 6-year hiatus, about 9,000 seniors were waiting for affordable housing options. The language of this bill that I'm proposing, LD 517, mirrors a successful bond from 2015, when Maine passed a similar bond in the amount of $15 million, with $500,000 targeted for weatherization. We had talked in the 127th about a $100 million bond, proposed a $65 million bond, and the bond that survived the process was for $15 million. That amount was matched by 22 million in private and other funds. Realizing that more than a third of Maine's seniors are low income, meaning that their income was 80% or less of the median income of their area, Mainers voted to approve the referendum by nearly a 70% to 30% vote. All of those allotted funds have been issued and expended. It is time for us to renew our commitment to address the need that will only increase. This year, 2021, marks the first year that the oldest baby boomers first reach the age of 75. All of the United States now has in view the demographic tsunami that has begun to hit our shore. Additional baby boomers will hit the age of 75 each year for the next 19 years. Maine state government, serving the oldest state in the nation, with a pre-pandemic median age of 45 that is pulling away from New Hampshire and Vermont, has a special responsibility to prepare and address the expanding need. Housing remains a disproportionate expense for too many seniors, and many seniors face crisis if they face a costly house repair, a disabling medical condition, or they lose a spouse and cannot afford their housing and yet have nowhere to go. 90% want to age in place. I'm actually a member of Age in Place organization, and I've been also affiliated with UNE's center. But too many of those who want to age in place need accommodation and weatherization. If they must relocate, it should be to affordable housing that thwarts social isolation and is located reasonably near healthcare facilities and other essential services. According to the Job Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, in their report entitled The State of the Nation's Housing 2020, the number of seniors who have chronic disease and functional limitation is growing, and that improving the accessibility of housing stock will allow local governments and housing providers to help these seniors meet their needs and age outside of an institutional setting. Private market economics often doesn't serve rural areas well, especially with affordable housing. And this bond requires addressing the needs of rural Mainers as well. I used to live in Piscataquis County. My family is all from Knox County. I grew up in South Portland and now live in Kennebunk, but I have a good familiarity with different parts of the state. At least 4 counties with smaller rural populations will be served by targeted projects within this bond. That actually mirrors what we did in 2015. Not only will rural Mainers be served, but the economics will be bolstered, as each housing project typically employs 200 workers. Government is entrusted with addressing the needs of those in the dawn of life and those needing help in the twilight of life. And we address housing needs by utilizing the private sector. LD 517 is a $30 million bond, including, that's twice what the total bond was in 2015, but the needs have accelerated proportionally or more. Including, the bond includes allocation of $25 million for construction of energy efficient affordable housing for low-income seniors, and additional $5 million, which is 10 times the 2015 bond, $5 million for the weatherization of existing homes for low-income seniors. Whether Maine's housing needs are addressed in separate bonds or in a more complete omnibus housing bond, I ask this committee to address the housing struggles of Maine's low-income aging senior citizens. The need is great, but for each individual served, it can be a lifesaver. I believe time is of the essence, and I ask you to renew our commitment to senior housing. Be glad to take any questions, and I thank you for your attentiveness all afternoon here.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Representative Babbage?
I chose not to testify at all these other bills, but I certainly am support of all of them, and I applaud their efforts. Yes.
Thank you so much. And as always, you could always submit testimony to those LDs if you'd like. So, and we appreciate it. And thanks for hearing that. Is there anyone who's attending the meeting today who would like to testify either for or against or neither for nor against for LD 517? Please raise your hand in our attendee list. I'm not seeing anyone here today. Thank you, Representative Babbage. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
Terrific. Thank you.
That'll close the public hearing on LD 517. And I'd like to open up our last public hearing of the day, which is LD 1084. And I think we're just waiting for.
Madam Chair, I just flagged the the sponsor needs the link sent again. Marianne, would you mind sending Representative Dudera?
I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all sent.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And here she is. Welcome, Representative Dudera. How are you?
Welcome. I'm very good. Let me make myself appear to you magically. There I am. Hello. Thank you all. You've had a very long day. Appreciate it. Greetings, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent House District 94, which includes the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport. I'm here today to present LD 1084, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to create energy efficient and affordable homes for Maine people. LD 1084 proposes a bond question in an upcoming statewide election that asks voters if they favor a $50 million bond to build energy efficient, new affordable homes for low income households through the construction of both new structures and the adaptation of existing structures. It's crystal clear to me as a legislator, realtor, and a board member for Midcoast Habitat for Humanity that we're in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. It's reached the point where shortage just doesn't do it justice anymore. A few weeks ago, I received a call from Charlie, a man who's lived in my town for 4 decades. He's being pushed out of his rental apartment so that the landlord can quadruple the rent. This is a guy who has always worked locally. He wrote for our local paper. He worked at the hardware store. He's a veteran who served our country in Vietnam, and there is literally no place for him to go. Charlie is not the only Mainer in this predicament, and the ongoing pandemic has made things even more difficult for those who are seeking housing. The flexibility of working and learning from home has created an opportunity for people from other states to move here. And while we welcome and we need new residents, the demand for homes is higher than the supply can currently meet. And as a result, home sale prices have dramatically increased. I'm not going to go through the statistics that I've got in my testimony because I'm sure you have heard them. I know you've heard a lot of housing bond bills. So I'm going to skip down and say that, you know, we're in dire need of energy efficient, affordable homes to create equity in our housing market and meet the growing demands of our communities. What I like about this one that I'm putting forth here is that it has an important emphasis on building strategies outlined in Maine Won't Wait, a 4-year plan for climate action, the December 2020 climate plan of the Maine Climate Council. I think that's important. Additionally, at least 30% of the bond proceeds must be allocated to the construction or adaptive reuse of buildings for new rental housing for seniors, and at least 20% of the proceeds must be allocated for new rental housing located in rural areas. So let's provide our constituents with the opportunity to vote on a crucial issue that impacts all of us all over the state. I'd urge your support of LD 1084 or any one of the many bills you have heard because housing is such a critical need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. Are there any questions for Representative Jodera? Seeing no questions at this time, we appreciate you sponsoring this bill. If you're attending our meeting today and you would like to speak for or against or neither for nor against, please raise your hand in our attendee box and we'll bring you over to testify. We have Emily Pelletier first up. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you for hanging with us today.
Senator Breen, Representative Hurst, and members of the committee. My name is Emily Pelletier. I'm the Senior Leasing Specialist at Avesta Housing, and I work with our teams as well as outside agencies to help connect people in need of affordable housing in Southern Maine, Western Maine, and New Hampshire with housing. I also lease up all of our newly built housing in this area. I currently working on 3 properties. We have over 150 affordable units. Over half of them were immediately spoken for, not nearly enough. So I'm here to say that in almost 10 years here at Avesta, I've never seen anything like what we're facing currently. Our call volume is up, people are losing their homes, and we're not able to provide as much housing as needed right now. I have some stats right now. We have 3,715 qualified households on our wait list for 111 available and upcoming apartments. We just don't have any more. We have 1,215 seniors on additional lists hoping to qualify for 74 affordable apartments coming up in the fall. I get calls all day long. I get calls all night long. I'm having to work nights and weekends basically to keep up with the call volume. Last year at this time, we had probably about 30 calls coming to me a day for upcoming projects. Yesterday, for example, I had 66 calls of people calling, looking for housing, immediate housing. I'm getting messages from people saying things like, I had a message yesterday from somebody in Portland who got a text over the weekend saying that from their landlord saying that the building had been sold and they had 2 months to leave. I have other people saying that their children are having to locate to different school districts, leaving all their friends and teachers behind because they can't find apartments in the area that they've lived and grown up in. I have people who are having to move away from their medical services, their churches, their communities, and more I hear from people who are in houses that are being condemned or torn down and have nowhere to go. Agencies are directing people to us and we just don't have the housing to send them to. DHHS, hospitals, I got a call from Child Protective Services, Maine Medical Center has called me. We are one of the only agencies that provides affordable housing in the area. Everyone directs people to us and we just don't have enough affordable housing in the area to send them to. So I'm hoping that we'll consider the money for this bill. Thank you for your consideration and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Pelletier? Oh, Ms. Arata, or Representative Arata, sorry.
Thank you. Does Avesta Housing allow people to smoke in their units?
25 feet from the property, not in their units.
Okay, thank you. I'm just finding a lot of, I have some units and I find a lot of people applying smoke and I was wondering where people who smoke can go to live.
We have designated smoking areas on each property.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Pelletier? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here today. Next, we have Greg Payne. Mr. Payne.
Hi, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Greg Payne. I'm the director of the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. We strongly support this bill because I think, as you've heard from lots of people who have testified here today, we have a massive shortage of affordable homes in our state, and this bill would go a long way towards addressing that. I don't know if you have my written testimony available to you right there. I don't know how that works once I upload it, but I did attach to it some of the more recent numbers, some of the most recent data on housing needs in Maine, because I thought it might be helpful. The most recent American Community Survey data shows that a full 20% of our renter households in Maine, we're talking about 30,000 renter households across our state, are paying more than half of their income towards housing. As you know, the general rule of thumb is you don't want to pay more than 30% of your income towards housing. And there are 70,000 renter households in Maine that are, in fact, doing so. And at the same time, as you can see on one of those attachments to my testimony, the waiting list for federal housing assistance is now up above 25,000 households across the state. I've included a page that shows the different counties that those folks are from while they're waiting. Just kind of putting that scope of need against the rate of production we have going right now is the last sheet in the information that I attached to my testimony. I think, as Maine Housing may have testified before, we want to at least get to 1,000 new units a year to begin to close the gap of roughly 15 to 20,000 affordable units that we have. We're way down below it right now. As you can see, the average over the past 7 years is about 230 units is all we've been able to produce. As Maine Housing referenced, we hope that we expect that these numbers will get a little better in the future, in large part because of the legislature's work in creating the tax credit program and in releasing the senior housing bond. But still, we have a long way to go. This bill would help a great deal and would help address rural housing and the housing needs of our seniors. Importantly, as Representative Dudera mentioned, it would use building strategies outlined in the Maine Climate Council report to help make sure that the buildings of the future are adequately addressing our climate needs. So I will stop there. I recognize that you are the atmosphere for bonds this year may be different. I know that also other states, including Vermont, are beginning to come out with their ideas about what they might do with some of their flexible American Rescue Plan money. Vermont is allocating more than $200 million. I should say the governor is proposing to allocate over $200 million to address their affordable housing shortage. But as you consider these and other bonds and other options that come up in the future, I appreciate your consideration, and thank you to Representative Dudera for introducing this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. It looks like Senator Breen might have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mr. Payne. How are you?
Hi.
I suspect you're familiar with the latest study from the Greater Portland Council of Governments that talks about zoning and how limited the property is in the Greater Portland area anyway, in terms of zoning for multifamily housing. And I wonder if you could tell us, I mean, obviously affordability is an enormous challenge, but can you compare that with the challenge of zoning and help us figure out kind of the balance, how much headway do we have to make on zoning and making smaller dwelling units and multifamily dwelling units available in municipalities across the state?
Yeah, it is a really good point. This is an issue I think that there's a lot of statewide and national interest in these days. Obviously, when you're dealing with the supply side of housing, there's issues around creating units like through bonds or through other ideas like we're talking about today. In addition to that, as you reference, there is a whole lot of help that could be had through reforms to local zoning and land use laws. And you may know Speaker Fecto introduced a bill that would create a commission to dive into these issues and see what other states are doing. I think that the biggest issue here, as you can imagine, is there's there's towns, especially where the jobs need to be in the future, that have huge swaths of land tied up for single family zoning. And I think that was really the gist of the report that GPCOG put out, is that so much of our acreage is tied up for single family and single family units alone. And oftentimes you need an acre and a half or 2 acres for every unit. That's a massive problem. And not just for creating multifamily housing of the kind that Emily Pelletier from Avesta was just talking about, even just getting ADUs up, even allowing people who have single family homes and 2 acres for every single unit, just to allow them to have a second unit, or allow 3 homes where right now only 1 is required. Doing that would take a whole lot of pressure off wait lists all around the state. I mean, I don't have hard numbers for you, but certainly I think one of the expectations we have is that a lot of our wait lists are filled with people who are coming onto low-income housing tax credit property wait lists because there's no options in their local towns like an accessory dwelling unit that would provide an affordable rental for somebody who might be leaving a home that they've lived in for 30 or 40 or 50 years. The inability to create those additional units drives up housing costs for everybody and reduces housing opportunities. And so LD 609, the speaker's bill, did pass unanimously through the Labor and Housing Committee, and we're optimistic that it will be a really good way to move forward, hopefully with some consensus with a lot of stakeholders, understanding what other states are doing, what's working, what's not working, and hopefully have proposals for your second year of this session to help address that very issue.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. Payne? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Thank you for hanging with us till the end. You are, I think, the last person with their hand up. So thanks for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. One last call for anyone who might be here attending if they'd like to speak in favor or against, or neither for nor against LD 1084. I don't see anyone, so I will close the hearing on LD 1084. We ticked through all 6 of our LDs today around the housing issue. I appreciate everybody's time and attention and their flexibility as we waded through some work sessions for other members and other committee things that people were doing as well. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. with another 5 bills for bonds for tomorrow. And I think, unless my good chair has something in addition to say to that, I'll just say thank you for your time today. It was a full day of work, and I appreciate everyone's effort and attention. Senator, anything?
No, I would just say thank you for chairing, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, so I don't see Maureen coming on. That's a good sign. So we'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Sorry, looks like Representative Millett is waving his hand.
Oh, Representative Millett, I'm sorry.
Well, no, just a brief comment to all of you, but to my Republican House members, we just received from Maureen what I think is an excellent handout for LD 1507, and it is now posted on the OFPR website, and I have copies for Amy and Justin and Patrick if they would like them either sent to them or whatever. But just want to thank everybody for getting that done today.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much for letting us know that that's up and running, and that's good for all members to know that information. So